The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Bengal bracing for a violent final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during campaign in Kolkata. Shah predicts BJP's clean sweep in Bengal, says it is Tata goodbye for Mamata. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 AAP MPs with BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while AAP reduces from 10 to 3. Back-to-back attacks on Hafid Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jhande Bazaar area. Pak mediation fails yet again. Pakistan accused of failing to act neutral in Iran-US talks. India and New Zealand sign FTA today. A deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus what's happening in the election-bound state. Now, in connection with the attack on Mithali Bagh, a member of parliament from Arnab, strict action is now expected within the next 5 hours. The Election Commission of India has now directed. In fact, getting you more updates from the election-bound state. Now, more incidents of violence has been reported from the state. An attack took place during BJP candidate Prashant Diggar's campaign. In fact, 15 BJP workers have been injured in this incident. Now, viewers, we are looking at violence increasing just ahead of phase 2 of elections. First, there was an attack on a TMC candidate, and now BJP workers have also been attacked. About 15 BJP workers have been attacked. And this was during campaigning. We're getting you visuals, in fact, from what's happening in the election-bound state, as before the phase 2, violence now seems to be increasing on the ground. Now, viewers, in connection with the attack on Mithali Bagh, a member of parliament from Arnab, strict action is now expected within the next 5 hours. The Election Commission of India has now directed that an FIR be registered in the matter. Sources indicate that stringent action will also be taken.
Entrepreneurs, women and MSMEs, unlocking pathways for global market access and enterprise across sectors, from agriculture and manufacturing to technology, education and services. This agreement reaffirms our commitment to deepen bilateral ties grounded in democracy, grounded in democratic values and strong people-to-people connections. The Agricultural Productivity Partnership and Centers of Excellence bring together New Zealand's advanced agricultural expertise and India's national priorities to drive transformational gains in productivity and infrastructure, while delivering meaningful benefits to our farmers and rural economies. In the last decade or so, India has been working to become a significant part of the global supply chain in manufacturing. Our Make in India flagship initiative offers synergy to New Zealand's investment commitment of US $20 billion in India and delivers a vibrant partnership that goes beyond trade. This will support the startup ecosystem, entrepreneurs, innovators, women-led enterprises, MSMEs, energizing job creation, and redefining innovation-driven growth. India is a nation with one of the largest populations of youth. The skills, strengths, and talents of its youth are lauded worldwide. The FTA recognizes the importance of skills, talent, and mobility in shaping future growth across sectors and in new and emerging technologies. It expands opportunities for talented, skilled professionals, our youth and students. As a pioneering collaboration, the FTA promotes the global relevance of traditional knowledge systems of both countries, including organics, Ayush and yoga, thereby bridging our traditions with future opportunities to expand the dimensions of our partnership. By aligning our strengths, we will advance supply chain resilience and build affordable, competitively priced goods and services, creating new engines of growth for both nations. Our collaboration will be a decisive and win-win alliance that benefits the citizens of both nations. Let us build the future together, defined by a shared purpose and shared aspirations of our people. Narendra Modi, Camp Office, Kolkata, 27th April 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Honourable Minister for Trade and Investment, Mr. Todd Macleay, to read the message of Prime Minister of New Zealand, Right Honourable Christopher Luxon.
Well, I too have received a message from the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon, who is in Auckland, New Zealand, the Prime Minister of New Zealand. And it reads, and I quote, "Namaste to all of our friends in India. Today we mark a historic milestone in the relationship between India and New Zealand, the signing of our free trade agreement. It was only 13 months ago that I travelled to India to meet with Prime Minister Modi and launch the free...
All right, viewers, so that was Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and his New Zealand counterpart Todd Macleay talking about the FTA that has now been signed between the two countries and how it will be a major boost as far as economies of both the countries are concerned. Now, viewers, a shifting focus, the senior Congress leader Vijay from Maharashtra has now said that firing at the White House Correspondents Association dinner attended by US President Donald Trump was inevitable given his style of governance and drew a parallel with India as well. Now, he said, and I quote, "Trump sought to dominate globally and unsettle other nations. As you sow, so shall you reap." Now, since things did not go the way he had expected, this was bound to happen. Congress MLA also said that He although refrained from naming any neta or any constitutional post, but he said that since people here are not coming out, there is an illusion that everything is fine. But people still have the same sentiment that India has been damaged. Now, he also went on to say that the firing itself was unfortunate. This should not have happened to someone holding such a high office, but public response often reflects the nature of leadership. Now, that's a very controversial statement coming in from a senior Congress leader in Maharashtra. He's drawing parallels to what has taken place in the White House. There was a shooting incident yesterday at White House dinner, and now he says that Indian people also feel the same. Let's take a listen.
नहीं देखिए, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, जैसा करेगा वैसा भरेगा। उसने जो सत्ता में होते हुए, सर्वोच्च पद पर होते हुए, उसने पूरे दुनिया को, वर्ल्ड को जिस तरह से उसने काबू करने के लिए, कब्जा करने के लिए हर कंट्री को डिस्टर्ब करने का काम किया, हर कंट्री पे अपना कंट्रोल करने का काम किया, और सब पूरा दुनिया हमारी गुलाम है, इस तरह की उसकी जो भाषा है। और देश को भी उसने बर्बाद किया। ईरान से कोई संबंध नहीं था, फिर भी उसने इजराइल को पकड़कर जो वार किया, उसमें वो तो होना ही था। आज ट्रम्प ने पूरे अमेरिका को बर्बाद कर चुका है, अपने मंसूबे पूरे करने के लिए, अपनी इच्छाओं को पूर्ति करने के लिए। जैसे कि देश में चल रहा है अपने हिंदुस्तान में, वैसे ही वहाँ चला, तो वो होना ही था। जितने लोग रास्ते पर उतरकर उनका विरोध किया, अब हिंदुस्तान में उतर नहीं रहे, तो इनको लग रहा है कि सब कुछ आलबेल है। लोगों में वही भावना आज भी है कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान भी वो बर्बादी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है। ट्रम्प के साथ हुआ, ये सही मायने से उस सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं होना चाहिए था, पर जैसे करेगा तो जनता उसका जवाब देगी, यही उस घटना से दिखता है।
And now, viewers, my colleague Meenakshi also spoke to the Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, on this controversial remark given by the Congress leader. Take a listen.
ये पहली बात तो ऐसा बयान करना ये निंदाजनक है। मैं कड़ी निंदा करता हूँ। और ट्रम्प और अमेरिका इनकी तुलना हमारे भारत के साथ करना ये भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये हमारे देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हमारे किसानों को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हमारे बहनों को, माताओं को आत्मनिर्भर कर रहे हैं, आत्मसम्मान दिला रहे हैं। महिलाओं का आरक्षण बिल का जो लाया था, ये पहल की थी, तो ये कांग्रेस यूपीए सरकार ने, इंडिया अलायंस ने उसको गिरा दिया। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसलिए ये बौखला गए हैं सब लोग, कांग्रेस के लोग, और गलत सलत बयानबाजी करते हैं। ये मैं उनकी कड़ी निंदा करता हूँ। देश की जनता, देश को आर्थिक महासत्ता बनाने के लिए मोदी जी जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वे 140 करोड़ जनता मोदी जी के साथ में है, और इसलिए जो ऐसे बयानबाजी करेंगे उनको सबक 140 करोड़ जनता सिखाएगी।
Now we also on April 25th, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, a California-based teacher and developer with no criminal record, attempted to assassinate a U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, armed with a shotgun, handgun and knives, Allen breached a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton, shooting a Secret Service officer whose life was saved by a ballistic vest. Now, before being tackled and taken into custody, Trump and the First Lady Melania were immediately evacuated. Officials have classified Allen as a lone wolf, and he now faces federal charges for assault and firearm use, with investigation into his motives ongoing. Take a look at this detailed report that talks about who this man is and what was exactly his motive.
Cole Thomas Allen is a 31-year-old resident of Torrance, California. He was identified by law enforcement as the suspect in the assassination attempt of U.S. President Donald Trump. Prior to this event, he had no criminal record.
At approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual.
Allen holds a mechanical engineering degree from Caltech and recently completed a master's in computer science. Professionally, he balanced work as a video game developer with a role as a part-time educator, even earning Teacher of the Month honors at a local learning center in late 2024. On Saturday evening, Allen targeted the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton. He was registered as a guest at the hotel. Allen bypassed security protocols by sprinting through a checkpoint toward the ballroom where Donald Trump and other dignitaries were gathered. Allen engaged with security personnel at the venue, and during the struggle, he shot a U.S. Secret Service officer at close range. The officer's life was saved by a ballistic vest. Allen was tackled and apprehended by agents.
This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated.
For you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd.
The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, and fortunately he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going.
Now we are shifting focus to what's happening in Indian politics. Now the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, C.P. Radhakrishnan, on Monday officially accepted the merger of 7 AAP MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party, significantly altering the party's strength in the upper house of the parliament. Now following the development, the BJP's strength in Rajya Sabha has now increased from earlier 106 to 113 now, while AAP's tally has dropped sharply from 10 to just 3 members now. And this is according to the data available on the website of the upper house of the parliament. Now, the Rajya Sabha website reflects the shift, listing the 7 MPs as part of the BJP now. In fact, my colleague also spoke to several leaders on the ground to take a listen.
जो भी संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है उस व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन ने रूलिंग दी है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं, और ये 7 आदमी कोई नए नहीं है, इससे पहले एक लंबी फहरिस्त है उन लोगों की जो आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ करके गए। तो साफ दिखाई देता है कि जो मॉरल वैल्यूज़ और जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता में आई थी, वो सारे सिद्धांतों के और मॉरल वैल्यूज़ की उन्होंने बलि दी। भ्रष्टाचार, अकर्मण्यता और लोगों की काम न करना, ये कारण बना जिसके कारण से लोगों का मुंह भंग हुआ और अब लगभग आम आदमी पार्टी प्राय समाप्ति की ओर है।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह भी कहा है कि वो एक कानूनी रुख अपनाएंगे इस पूरे फैसले को लेकर। क्या लगता है कि एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ इस पर लागू हो सकता है?
देश में लोकतंत्र है, हर व्यक्ति को कानून के अनुसार काम करने का हक है, उनका हक है वो जाएं, लेकिन न्याय व्यवस्था अपना काम करेगी और कानून बहुत स्पष्ट है इस मामले में, जिसका अनुसरण चेयरमैन साहब ने किया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं भी चले जाएं, अंततः उनको कुछ हासिल होने वाला नहीं है।
सर, आखिरी सवाल ये होगा कि क्या पंजाब विधानसभा चुनाव में बीजेपी को इसका फायदा देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, अभी तो शुरुआत है, देखिए क्या होता है। हमारी पार्टी का नेतृत्व किस प्रकार से इस सब पर नीति तय करता है, उसके बाद ही पता लगेगा। बड़ा प्रीमेच्योर प्रश्न है अभी।
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, Bengal now bracing for a violent and final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs now recovered from Bengal ahead of phase 2. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 AAP MPs with BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises to 113 from earlier 106. All these updates lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM
West Bengal braces for a final and violent phase of elections as 3,000 crude bombs are recovered from Bengal ahead of phase 2. Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajya Sabha in fact approves a merger of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and from Ladakh to Bengal, we get you all the details of what's unfolding, especially in Bengal, as it heads to second phase of polls on the 29th of April. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Canara Bank, together we can.
Bengal bracing for a violent final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from the state ahead of the second phase of voting.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during campaigning in Kolkata. Shah predicts BJP's clean sweep in the state, says it's a goodbye for TMC and Mamata Banerjee. Rajya Sabha chairperson approves the merger of 7 AAP MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from a previous 106 to 113, while AAP's reduces starkly from 10 to now just 3. Back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar PK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jande Bazar area of KPK. Pak mediation fails yet again. Pakistan accused of failing to act neutral in the Iran-US talks. Mega trade deal between India and New Zealand signed in New Delhi. The FTA provides Indian exporters up to 100% duty-free access to New Zealand markets. Viewers, now we're getting in a fresh breaking development. The Home Ministry and even the Lieutenant Governor in Ladakh have now announced the making of 5 new districts in Ladakh. Now remember, this is key. It comes right before the Home Minister's visit to Ladakh. Now they have announced the creation of 5 new districts in the Union Territory of Ladakh, namely Zanskar, Dras, Sham, Nubra and Changtak. Now this move aims to decentralize administration and even improve service delivery and enhance development in all remote and border areas, bringing the total number of districts in Ladakh to 7 from a previous 2. Now, apart from these 5 districts, there were only 2 existing districts in Ladakh, namely Leh and Kargil. Now, 5 new districts, Zanskar, Dras, Sham, Nubra and Changthang will be added. Now, this aims to bring governance closer to residents, as some villages are over 300 kilometers from the existing headquarters in Leh and Kargil. Now this also will strengthen border security and will foster equitable development across Ladakh. Remember, Leh has remained tense for a very long time, and now the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Lieutenant Governor, the state authorities, are looking eye to eye. They're creating 5 new districts to ease the lives of the people in Ladakh. Not just that, but to also make security a lot more robust and development equitably available in border areas. This decision was in fact announced by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and in fact Ladakh's Lieutenant Governor also resounded the claim. Now remember, Amit Shah is scheduled to visit Ladakh. He will arrive in Leh on the 30th of April. This will be for a 2-day official visit when the central government and even the Leh Apex body and other bodies, authoritative bodies in Ladakh will come face to face for a round table over Ladakh's future. Now, the primary purpose of the trip is to review development and security, and also the formal political dialogue is currently set for the 22nd of May. So back-to-back developments that are coming in from Ladakh, not just the creation of 5 new districts in Ladakh. Earlier there were only 2, Leh and Kargil, and now the toll will rise to 7 districts as 5 more districts, Zanskar, Dras, Sham, Nubra and Changthang will be added in Ladakh. Now this will make development and security a lot more accessible for areas especially that are close to the borders. Remember, some of these areas are about 300 kilometers away from the previous existing headquarters, which are, like we said, in the 2 existing districts of Leh and Kargil. Now this initiative will bring governance closer to residents, especially in the border town, and will also strengthen border security and will foster equitable development in Ladakh. Now this comes right before Home Minister Amit Shah's 2-day state visit to Ladakh that is scheduled on the 30th of April. He will land in Leh and take a political diplomatic conversation forward from there. Viewers, these are the visuals of a roadshow that's ongoing. That's UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath carrying out the BJP's final pitch in Bengal. Remember, BJP has been campaigning. Heavy-duty campaigns are ongoing in Bengal as the state heads for its 2nd phase of polling scheduled on the 29th of April. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has in fact made several appearances in the state. He's also compared what the BJP's double-engine governance has been able to bring to Uttar Pradesh, the achievements that the state has made under the BJP government. He compared it to West Bengal's current situation and promised that West Bengal it'll return to its golden ages. It will become Sonar Bangla once again under the BJP's double-engine government. This comes in from Damdam in West Bengal, where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is campaigning on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now also comes at the side of Prime Minister continuously rallying in Barakpur, where he mentioned that this is the BJP's final push for West Bengal. That goes to polls on the 29th of April. In fact, the Prime Minister also said that he will return to the state on the 4th of May, expressing confidence that the BJP will take over Bengal. The BJP will come to Bengal and form a double-engine government with full mandate and majority. In fact, he said that he will only return to Bengal next when BJP will take oath in West Bengal. These are the visuals of UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also, who is right now rallying in Damdam in West Bengal. Now remember, this is the BJP's final pitch for West Bengal that heads to the 2nd phase of polling. The 1st phase broke all records of voter turnout, with over 93% voters exercising their franchise on the 23rd of April. And now the BJP is coming neck to neck with the TMC for a close 2nd phase battle on the 29th of April, when voters of Bengal not just will decide the party's fates that are hanging in balance till the 4th of May, but they will also decide what Bengal becomes next. Remember, the BJP's pitch since the beginning has been fear versus trust. They have said that BJP will reinstate trust in governance in the people of Bengal, and they have taken massive jibes at the Trinamool Congress and the party supremo and the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and the lapses in their governance infiltration that has marred West Bengal. Now remember also, Home Minister Amit Shah was also just a while ago rallying in Kolkata. So a fever pitch rallying that's ongoing to woo voters in West Bengal. Remember, this shows the importance with which the BJP has entered the political turf of West Bengal. And also remember, The saga began in 2016 when BJP was not even close to forming an opposition against the Trinamool Congress. But come the polls of 2021 and 2024, the BJP becomes the main principal opposition to Trinamool Congress, and now the BJP is confident that they will bring in a saffron wave in the state of West Bengal. Take a look at the visuals, the sea of supporters who've come to see UP's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now remember, Prime Minister rallying in Barakpur, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath in Dam, and the Home Minister rallying in Kolkata. So the BJP is really going all out and putting their foot down for the final push in West Bengal that goes to vote on the 29th of April in the second phase. The first phase itself, the 23rd of April, the Prime Minister on behalf of the BJP said that the voter turnout, the higher that it gets, the more the possibility for a saffron wave to sweep through West Bengal. In fact, he also made a claim today in Barakpur where he said that there is no integration, there is going to be zero development, and it can't happen without the states of the East. And he mentioned Bihar, that BJP has won this time around. He mentioned Bengal, that BJP is confident of winning. He also mentioned Odisha. He said that the states of the East are going to be very important. They're going to play a central role to development in the country. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus. An open letter has been given to Indians in America by Sridhar Vembu, who is the founder and CEO of Zoho. Now, he says in his letter that Indians must come back home. He's asked for Indians who are working outside to return to their home in India. He, in fact, also says that India has the brains, but India has for yesteryears exported much of its talent. And in fact, this is called sharing intelligence. So they say that India can progress single-handedly, and he's asked for Indians to come back to India and not work outside. Now remember, this comes at the heels of President Donald Trump's hellhole remarks that he made against India and China. And now Sridhar Vembu has written an open letter to Indians where he says that Americans hate Indians because of the fact that Indians are able to take up their job. Now remember, viewers, this is also very much in tandem with the data that actually shows that Indians are not liked outside, especially in Western countries, solely based on their success. In fact, also being joined by my colleague Pranav to get us a lowdown on the situation. Pranav, speak to us about this open letter. This is huge. He's not only asked for people to come back, but he also speaks about how India has been, sharing its intelligence, its talent, and it's been exporting it for yesteryears. But now the time has come to make it stop and to bring all of that back and make our country flourish. Pranav.
Well, absolutely. And it comes from a person who is, in fact, leading the technological revolution in India itself. Yes, Sridhar Vembu has, in an open letter today, in fact, said that Indians living in America, the brain drain that he has addressed, they need to come back and ensure that their talent and their technological prowess is of great use to India. He's also said that it may be difficult, but respect in today's world comes from one source, and that is a nation's technological prowess. So Sridhar Vembu has in fact appealed to Indians in America to one, be vocal, and two, be back in India to help the technological progress of our nation. It of course comes after Donald Trump shared a banter, so to say, on social media wherein India was referred to as a hellhole. There was of course tremendous backlash, and this is just one of the important conversations wherein Sridhar Vembu, now one of the leading voices of Indian technological world, has stepped in. It's invited a number of responses, mixed sort of responses, but it's still a developing conversation, so to say. But yes, for now, Sridhar Vembu it is.
Yeah. Pranav, in fact, I can't help but recall, when visas were becoming an issue for Indians, Trump also said that, Indians must come back to the US and train Americans in their own trade, especially when it comes to technology and medicine, where Indians are one of the biggest contributors in the US. And he said that after training the Americans for 6 odd months, then Indians can go back again. But Sridhar Vembu's remarks, they make it clear that the power actually lies with the Indian diaspora in the United States. States, and also the fact that some of the most progressive, some of the most educated, elite people inside the United States at this point are Indians. Pranav.
Well, absolutely. In fact, most of the global tech giants are led by Indian CEOs. That's point number one. Point number two, of course, Donald Trump himself was compelled to take a U-turn after he shared that banter on social media and in fact said that India is a great friend and a great nation. So it kind of also shows that on one side where he probably made a faux pas but was compelled to track back his words because he understands, or he was told by the political advisors, whoever they are in the US, that India is an important ally and no nation, that aspires to, lead the global technological race or be it the economic race can do without India's prowess or the growth that India is witnessing. So yes, internal pressures within America have some way compelled Donald Trump as well to backtrack from his whole hellhole nation remark. And now we have Sridhar Vembu, who's an important voice from within India, raising an important matter through this open letter.
Thanks very much for joining in and getting us that lowdown. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Thanks very much for staying with us, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we also break down the BJP's final push in West Bengal with Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, campaigning in Kolkata, Prime Minister campaigning in Barrackpore, and UP's Chief Minister campaigning fearlessly in Dam in West Bengal as the fever pitch for the polls gets higher and higher. On the other side, on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones.
Welcome back, viewers. Continuing the conversation exactly where we left it, Amit Shah is rallying in Bengal, in Kolkata. It's going on in full swing. In fact, he's reiterated that BJP will form a government in Bengal after the second phase. In fact, he also gave a strong statement regarding voter participation in the upcoming second phase, where he says he's urged the voters to step out fearlessly and cast their votes. He says that voters must not worry about the TMC's goons, and that the Election Commission has deployed CAPF personnel across every corner to ensure voter safety in West Bengal. In fact, he also says, and he made it very clear, that post the elections, when the BJP government will come to power, even then, CAPF personnel will continue to be deployed for about 60 more days. So he's urged voters to come out and exercise their franchise fearlessly and spearheadedly. Listen into the Home Minister in Bengal.
29 तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए। चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई और आज मैं बोलकर जाता हूं, चुनाव के बाद भाजपा सरकार आनी है, फिर भी 7 दिन तक सीआरपीएफ यही रहने वाली है। भाइयों बहनों, 29 तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए। चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई और आज मैं बोलकर जाता हूं, चुनाव के बाद भाजपा सरकार आनी है, फिर भी 7 दिन तक सीआरपीएफ यही रहने वाली है।
Viewers, that was the Home Minister speaking in Kolkata, where he continues his rally as the BJP makes its final pitch for West Bengal. Remember, he's asked the voters to come out fearlessly in huge numbers. Borrowing from the first phase voter turnout, he says that they must come out and exercise their franchise without any fear of the Trinamool Congresses, bullying and their goons. Viewers, now shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting at this hour. This also comes from West Bengal, where the Election Commission of India has now said that seizures over assets worth 510 crore rupees have been made across West Bengal. Now remember, the Election Commission of India, in a written statement, in a document, says that since the activation of the election seizure management system, which was activated on the 26th of February, the data up to 27th of April, that is today, reveals that seizures have surpassed 510 crore rupee seizures in West Bengal. Now, this has been divided in separate categories, including cash that's been recovered, liquor quantity that has been recovered, the value of the liquor which has been nabbed by the ECI, the drugs that have been nabbed, precious metals that have been recovered, and even freebies that have been nabbed by the Election Commission of India. Now remember, in fact, they say that over 480,000 litres of liquor has been nabbed in West Bengal. And in terms of cash, also they've given a breakdown. Remember, The Election Commission of India now says that in the general election and by-elections 2026 in West Bengal, seizures have now surpassed 510 crore rupees in West Bengal, a huge revelation. Now, the ECI in a written statement also says that with this, the total seizure of illicit inducements in West Bengal has surpassed 510 crore rupees, a staggering high number issued by the Election Commission of India. They've also said that this is higher than the seizures that were recorded during Gala in 2021 with 339 crore rupees nabbed in the state. Now, they've said that all of this has not, the 510 crore rupees, they've not just been nabbed in hard cash. In fact, there are categories to this seizure that includes cash, liquor value, drugs, precious metals, in fact, also political freebies. In fact, they also reiterated that CAPF is being deployed in West Bengal and that the deployments have been increased for the phase 2 to keep any violence under control, which West Bengal is infamous for during the times of elections. Now, they've made it very clear that over 2,700 flying squad teams have been deployed across the state to ensure that the complaints are attended to within 100 minutes of being filed. In fact, they also say that besides this, over 3,000 static surveillance teams have also been deployed. Now, remember, West Bengal's elections, the second phase, will also be monitored by drones which are fitted with camera. The first time ever for an election to be monitored using drones. But the ECI has put its foot down and the ECI has decided that enough is enough and no violence will take place in West Bengal. And also remember, this is showing in the ground reality of West Bengal elections already. In the first phase, which surpassed all records, broke all records of voter turnout, over 93% people came out to exercise their franchise in the first phase, and there were very few incidents of violence that were recorded. Now, when you compare that to what Bengal's reputation has been when it comes to election violence, one would realize that this data is suggestively extremely low in terms of the number of cases that were recorded. Now, the ECI says that by the side, they're continuing their raid across West Bengal, and in that raid, up until today, they've been able to seize over 510 crore rupee worth assets. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. Thanks very much for staying with us. Stay tuned to Republic TV. On the other side, we also bring you details on Amit Shah's final push for the Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal as his campaigning continues in Kolkata, a high fever pitch that's unfolding in the state that goes to vote again on the 29th of April.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, campaigning has intensified ahead of the second phase of elections in Bengal, with BJP making its final push. All that and more lined up on the other side, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Bengal bracing for a violent final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of second phase.
पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करते हैं।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to the public during campaign in Kolkata. Shah predicts BJP's clean sweep in Bengal, says it is Tata goodbye for Mamta. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 AAP MPs with Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises to 113, while AAP's tally goes to 3. Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu urges Indians in the United States to come back. In an open letter, says Bharat Mata needs your talent. Back-to-back attacks on Hafid Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jhande Bazaar area. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour now. A breaking development has come in the TCS and Nashik grooming gang scandal, as the anticipatory bail hearing in the Nida Khan case now has resumed. The Nashik TCS case is entering a high-stakes phase as the newly appointed special public prosecutor Ajay Misar now arrived in court to argue against the anticipatory bail plea of the absconding Nida Khan, one of the prime accused in the case. Now, viewers, in an in-camera proceeding attended by SIT officers, the court will record official statements of both the prosecution and victims, signalling a strategic reinforcement of the legal team. Now, Nida Khan still remains absconding as of now. Those are the latest details we are picking up as far as the TCS legal proceedings go in this case. All right, my colleague Meenakshi now joins me with more details on this. Meenakshi, take us through these open proceedings as Nida Khan's anticipatory bail plea is again up before the court, and public prosecutor is, of course, arguing for the denial of that.
Yes, Nida Khan's anticipatory bail hearing of absconding accused, as you have rightly mentioned, Nida Khan begins amid high-titan legal scrutiny, and special public prosecutor Ajay Misar to present arguments against granting pre-arrest relief. In-camera proceedings underway with SIT officers are present, indicating the sensitivity of this matter. The court is expected to record official statement of both prosecution and victim and a crucial procedural step in the case. Nida Khan remains absconding. We know, adding further gravity to the proceedings. Now, I have to mention the background of this case. What we know till now that Nashik TCS case has drawn a major attention after serious allegations led to the registration of a criminal case against Nida Khan under multiple sections. Investigators have been probing allegations linked to exploitation and other serious charges following complaints that triggered a special investigation team, SIT probe. And the case gained momentum after the accused repeatedly went absconding and promoting intensified effort by investigators. And the appointment of the special public prosecutor is being seen as a strong move by the prosecution to tighten its legal strategy at a crucial juncture. And we spoke to Nida Khan's lawyer also. He said to Republic that he doesn't know where is Nida Khan, and we know Nida Khan's husband was detained by Nashik SIT. Nashik SIT team came to Mumbai and they detained Nida Khan's husband, and he questioned about Nida Khan, that he told to Nashik SIT that he doesn't know about Nida Khan. And why today's hearing is significant, I have to mention here that today in-camera hearing is being viewed as a high-stake movement because it would shape the court's stand of anticipatory bail for the absconding accused.
All right, Meenakshi, so Nida Khan still remains absconding, but wheels of justice are rapidly moving in their TCS case. Thank you for joining us and giving us all the updates. And now, viewers, in a significant political development, the Rajya Sabha chairman has now approved the merger of 7 AAP MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, the Rajya Sabha Secretariat has also issued an official notice confirming this move, representing a legal merger under the provisions of the Constitutions of India, effectively bypassing the threat of disqualification in the official Rajya Sabha records. All 7 MPs are now listed as part of the BJP, and with this, the BJP's strength in the upper house is now risen to about 113. Take a look at this detailed report.
The fallout from Raghav Chadda's defection to the BJP is still wreaking havoc in AAP. 7 MPs leaving AAP for the BJP has dealt a severe blow to the party in the Rajya Sabha. Earlier today, Rajya Sabha chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan approved the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. After this decision, AAP's strength in the Rajya Sabha has fallen to 3, while the BJP's number of MPs have risen to 113. Prominent among those who switched sides are Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak and Ashok Mittal, who visited the BJP headquarters and met party president Nitin Nabeen, where they were formally welcomed. The group, which also includes Ashok Mittal, Harbhajan Singh, Swati Maliwal, Vikram Sahani and Rajinder Gupta, formally completed the transition by submitting signed documents to the Rajya Sabha chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan. In his statement, Chadda criticized the AAP, alleging that the party originally founded to combat corruption had deviated from its ideals and is now influenced by compromised individuals.
पॉलिटिक्स में आने से पहले मैं प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट था। मेरे सामने एक बेहतरीन करियर था, लेकिन मैं उस करियर को छोड़कर पॉलिटिक्स में आया। अपने करियर को बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आया और एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का फाउंडिंग मेंबर बना, जिस पार्टी को मैंने अपने प्राइम यूथ के 15 साल दिए, अपने खून पसीने से, बहुत मेहनत से इस पार्टी को सींचा। लेकिन आज ये पार्टी वो पुरानी वाली पार्टी नहीं रही। इस पार्टी में आज एक टॉक्सिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है। आपको काम करने से रोका जाता है, पार्लियामेंट में बोलने से रोका जाता है, और ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आज चंद करप्ट और कॉम्प्रोमाइज लोगों के हाथ में फंसकर रह गई है, जो अब देश के लिए नहीं, अपने निजी पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम करती है।
A deeper organizational concerns within the Aam Aadmi Party, with insiders suggesting that it is the exit of Sandeep Pathak which is far more consequential than that of Raghav Chadda. While Chadda is widely regarded as a prominent public face who adds visibility and appeal, Pathak is considered the chief strategist behind AAP's organizational framework. The Aam Aadmi Party has hit back forcefully, characterizing the defection as a betrayal of both the party mandate and the voters of Punjab. Listen in to what Sanjay Singh from the AAP had to say in an exclusive conversation with Republic.
जो हमारे 7 सांसदों ने पत्र दिया है, मात्र उसका संज्ञान एक तरफा लेते हुए चेयरमैन साहब ने विलय को मंजूरी दी है। लेकिन 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक, संविधान की 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक उनकी सदस्यता कैसे रद्द हो सकती है, इसकी याचिका मैंने दी है। उस याचिका पे अभी तक सुनवाई शुरू भी नहीं हुई है, तो इंतजार कीजिए, उसका फैसला आने दीजिए। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि चेयरमैन साहब लोकतंत्र और संविधान की रक्षा के लिए इन लोगों की सदस्यता रद्द करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कानून के मुताबिक, संविधान के मुताबिक पूरी तरह से गलत है कि आप पार्टी को तोड़ के किसी में विलय कर जाए।
The BJP meanwhile stated that the AAP is responsible for its own problems.
जो भी संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उस व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन ने रूलिंग दी है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं। और ये 7 आदमी कोई नए नहीं है, इससे पहले एक लंबी फहरिस्त है उन लोगों की जो आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ करके गए। तो साफ दिखाई देता है कि जो मॉरल वैल्यूज़ और जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता में आई थी, वो सारे सिद्धांतों के और मॉरल वैल्यूज़ की उन्होंने बलि दी। भ्रष्टाचार, अकर्मण्यता और लोगों की काम न करना, ये कारण बना जिसके कारण से लोगों का मुँह भंग हुआ और अब लगभग आम आदमी पार्टी प्राय समाप्ति की ओर है।
After multiple setbacks, the Aam Aadmi Party is now in full damage control. The party's ability to adapt, retain its remaining leadership and rebuild organizational cohesion will likely determine its prospects in upcoming elections, particularly in Punjab.
And now we are shifting focus to what's happening in the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has exclusively spoken to Republic, revealing the party's strategy before the second and the crucial phase of elections set to take place on April 29th. Take a listen.
कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
ओके सर, वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
सर, इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है, कैसे देख रहे हैं? कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता, पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Now we are staying with more developments we're getting from the election-bound state. Now, Republic also had an exclusive conversation with BJP leader Arjun Singh. Now, Arjun Singh refuted claims of igniting violence in Bhatpara last night and instead blamed TMC for the violence on the ground. Take a listen.
वायलेंस होगा दूसरे चरण में, अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस होगा।
इतनी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस अभी डिप्लॉयड है, उससे काम चल जाएगा?
मुझे मालूम नहीं है, सिक्योरिटी 1000 रखी है, डंडा नहीं चलाएगा तो क्या होगा? डंडा तो चलाना होगा मैडम। आप सिक्योरिटी 1000 खड़ा कीजिए, इनको बंदूक दे दीजिए, और बंदूक नहीं, उसमें गोली नहीं रहेगा, डंडा चलाने के ऑर्डर नहीं रहेंगे, तो क्या करेंगे? 1000 आदमी क्या कर लेगा? एक आदमी बम मारेगा, 1000 को भागना पड़ेगा। तो मतलब वो है कि आप ऑर्डर दीजिए, 5 आदमी काफी, 1000 थोड़ा लगता है।
3000 क्रूड बम बरामद हुए हैं, आपको लगता है कि इससे ज्यादा हो सकता है?
मैडम बहुत ज्यादा है उपस्थिति। अगर आप पुलिस को क्लियर हाथ छोड़िएगा नहीं, अगर उसको बांध के रखिएगा, तो पुलिस वाले ही क्या करेंगे?
कई जगहों पे तो आप लोग खुद कह रहे हैं कि लोकल पुलिस की ही
कुछ है। पुलिस, बंगाल सरकार तो पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है, बंगाल सरकार पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है।
दूसरा चरण पहले चरण की तरह कम वायलेंस में होगा या आपको अभी भी संशय है?
वायलेंस बहुत बढ़ेगा। अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस, अपराधियों को जेल में डाल दे, 99% शांति हो जाए।
4 अरेस्टिंग काफी है, काफी सारे लोग हैं जो
कुछ नहीं, 21-22 है, 21-22 उस केस के आसामी है, 4 अरेस्ट से क्या होगा?
टीएमसी कैंडिडेट सोमेनाथ शाम ने बोला कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल के देख लीजिए, अर्जुन सिंह खुद आते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग फायरिंग करते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग हिंसा करते हैं।
फायरिंग, अगर मेरे लोग फायरिंग करेंगे तो अपने लोग पर क्यों करेंगे, उस पर क्यों नहीं करेंगे?
And now viewers, ahead of the second and the final phase of West Bengal polls, heavy security has now been deployed all across the state. Now the step has been taken to ensure that no violent incident takes place in the second and the crucial phase of polling. In fact, central forces have now been deployed in Bhatpara. This is one of the crucial areas where violent incidents was reported last night as well. So ahead of the second phase, Election Commission has now ramped up its security all across the presidency region, which goes to vote on April 29th. Now remember, 142 seats are up for grabs in the second and the final phase. And before that, preparations already underway on the ground. Security has been ramped up as central forces are being deployed all across the crucial regions. In fact, on your screen, you can see the preparation underway on ground in Kolkata. Now, remember, it is the Bhadralok, the presidency region, which goes to vote, a region that has traditionally aligned with TMC. Now, when this region goes to vote, we are looking at preparations already underway on the ground with security getting ramped up. And now viewers, shifting focus, a deeply disturbing murder case has come to light from Surat in Gujarat. It has sent shockwaves across the community, revealing a grim story of domestic discord, deception and a chilling attempt to conceal a crime. Now Vishal, in this case, allegedly killed his wife following the ongoing disputes, and the body of now the 39-year-old dietitian Shilpa Salvi has been found encased in a cement inside a wooden box. Take a look at this report for all these shocking details that have now come to light from Surat.
The tragedy unfolded on April 20th when Vishal allegedly murdered Shilpa following a domestic dispute. To evade justice, Vishal executed a multi-layered covered story. Vishal approached the Godadara police station to file a missing persons report claiming his wife had vanished after he dropped her off at the hospital. He maintained a facade of a worried husband, telling Shilpa's family that she never returned from a shift at the SMIMR Medical College and Hospital. The case turned when the couple's son shared a WhatsApp message with a relative containing a letter allegedly written by Vishal confessing to the murder. In it, he said their marriage began well but later deteriorated due to constant arguments, financial issues and mounting stress, which he claimed led him to commit the crime. Acting on the emerging evidence, police traced Vishal to his former residence in the Salabatpura Chaul of Surat. During a search of the premises, they discovered the wooden box on the first floor of the house. Upon opening it, authorities found Shilpa's body encased in cement. By that time, approximately 5 days after the murder, the body had entered an advanced stage of decomposition, making the discovery even more distressing. Investigations revealed that Vishal had been unemployed for several years, which contributed significantly to tensions within the household. Financial instability and repeated arguments reportedly strained the relationship. Shilpa's father, Pradeep, a resident of Chhattisgarh, had visited Surat multiple times in an effort to reconcile the couple and stabilize their marriage. Despite these interventions, the conflicts persisted. Vishal Salvi is under arrest and facing charges of murder and destruction of evidence. The two children aged 13 and 8 are currently in the care of relatives as the community mourns the loss of a dedicated healthcare professional whose life was cut short by the person she once trusted.
And now, viewers, the Enforcement Directorate on Monday carried out raids at about 11 locations across Punjab, including Chandannagar, Ludhiana, Patiala, Arnab and Jalandhar. Now, this is in connection with a money laundering probe against the former Punjab Police DIG Harsharan Singh Bhullar and, of course, his associates. Take a look at this detailed report about the raids and the role that was played by this leader.
Following the October 2025 arrest of former DIG of Police Harsharan Singh Bhullar, the Enforcement Directorate has significantly expanded the scope of its investigation into alleged systematic corruption and financial malfeasance. The probe, which originated from a CBI-led operation after a scrap dealer alleged that a bribe was solicited via an intermediary to resolve a legal dispute. The accused Bhullar sought bribes through a middleman to settle a criminal case along with possessing assets disproportionate to his known sources of income. Officials stated that the ongoing searches are aimed at uncovering proceeds of the crime, identifying Benami assets, and gathering crucial evidence related to suspected money laundering activities.
Getting a breaking news as far as the US-Iran negotiations are concerned. Now we've got a detailed and a big statement coming in from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who says that US talks are broke down because of excessive demands made by Washington and its incorrect approaches. Let me in fact quote him here. He says incorrect approaches and excessive demands by the US caused the previous round of talks despite progress not to reach its objectives. Now, Iranian Foreign Minister coming out and giving us the details about the reasons of why there has been a breakdown of peace talks between Iran and the US. He says US has now been making excessive demands and incorrect approaches, which has essentially led down to the collapse of talks between the two warring parties. He also goes on to say that there was progress being made as far as the negotiations go between the two sides, but US's excessive demands and incorrect approaches led to the talks and not reaching its objectives. Now, viewers, we have seen that there were talks scheduled in Pakistan, but of course, Donald Trump refused to send his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to Pakistan. And now we're looking at a breakdown of talks between the two warring parties. Araghchi coming out with a big statement revealing it is United States' excessive demands and inappropriate approaches which has led to the breakdown of the talks between the two warring parties. Now remember, both the sides have hardened their stance. Iran maintains it will continue with its right to enrichment, while US wants the Strait of Hormuz to be opened. Both the sides hardening their stance, and now Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi coming out and detailing the reasons which has led to the collapse of peace talks between the two warring nations. He says it is Washington's excessive demands as well as inappropriate approaches which has essentially led to the collapse of talks. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, how Rajya Sabha chairman has now approved the merger of 7 AAP MPs with BJP. With this, BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises to 113, while AAP's tally reduces to just 3. All the updates lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but
Rajya Sabha Chairman approves AAP's merger with BJP. BJP's tally in the upper house now rises 216, while AAP's tally goes down to 3.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls. Election Commission orders probe by the NIA.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करे।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during campaign in Kolkata. He predicts BJP's clean sweep in Bengal, says it's Tata goodbye for Mamta. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 AAP MLAs with BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while AAP reduces from 10 to 3. Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu urges Indians in US to come back. In an open letter, says Bharat Mata needs your talent. And back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aide. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jhande Bazaar area of KPK. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhima. Top focus. Zoho founder, CEO Sridhar Vembu has issued an open letter to Indians based in the United States. He's urged them to consider returning home, saying India's global standing will increasingly depend on its technological strength and ability to retain talent. In a long post on the platform X, he's described his own 37-year journey from a student in America to a tech titan in India. He's warned the diaspora they are increasingly caught in a crossfire between political extremes, the hard right and the woke left, when and where they are viewed as mere bystanders. It's his homecoming call where he says India has the brain power, it's exported much of its talent, please come back. Bharat Mata needs your talent. Many Americans believe Indians take away jobs. This is the big focus that we're going to have at this time. I'm also going to go across to my guest, Ratun Lahiri, Senior Advisor of Unicorn India Ventures. Ms. Lahiri, how are you looking at this wake-up call, I would say, for Indians settled in America, where he says Bharat Mata needs you?
Thank you for having me, Rhythm. I've gone through the letter, and I think it's a very well-worded, well-crafted, and a very fair letter. I think I really like the fact that at the very outset, he thanks the US, for what the US has given him. And I think that is our Sanskriti. We are grateful for what we receive. We never forget that. And I really liked the way the letter was started. And I think, to an extent, he's right. There is liberal Western democracy, whether it be in the US or in Europe, UK and Europe, continental Europe included, is going through a huge churn at the moment. And that is evident, in terms of what is going on. And yes, it is true what he has said about the hard right, the far right and the hard left. Both, pose an issue going forward, for Indians abroad. I want to just go back, a little and say that, I'll tell you where this wake-up call came for me, and how I looked at it. I remember it was the 4th of July weekend. That was my first day at this legendary, what they call an iconic resort in the US, called Breakers in Miami, in Palm Beach, Florida. And, I then went back and saw that, the founder, of the resort, which was founded about 150 years ago or whatever, Henry, I forget the second name, I think Henry Flanagan or Henry Flaherty, he was, he made his fortune Standard Oil and then said, I want to go back to Florida and deploy this wealth. At that time it was marshland, crocodiles, etc., and develop this. No nation is built, without nationalists, patriots coming forward. And America is littered, peppered with stories like that. So yes, this is India's moment. This is India's time in the moment in the sun. And I think, to people who can contribute, certainly they should. And this is a very personal decision. People who want to come back, they can come back. There are also ways of contributing while staying abroad. We are seeing that, through our venture fund. And, I think it is the right letter for the right moment.
I also want to understand Donald Trump's hellhole comment, Ms. Lahiri, because his remarks come against the backdrop of those very controversial words that the US president has stated. He shared a podcast clip where he referred to Indians and Chinese in the most derogatory manner.
Yes, that is rather unfortunate, given the vast contribution, of Indian Americans to American society, to polity, to academia, to business, to culture, name it, and Indian Americans are there at the forefront. Therefore, this is rather unfortunate. And I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt and hope that it's a slip of the tongue. But it is what it is. Words from the American president count. And if he's retweeted these words, it counts. And that sets the tone going forward. The head of a nation sets the tone for the nation going forward. And, best avoided, but, it is what it is.
Thank you for joining us on that perspective. It's a top focus that we're tracking right here, Ms. Lahiri. Now, viewers, the other top focus and stories that we are tracking. Union Minister Amit Shah exclusively spoke to Republic ahead of the final phase of the West Bengal polls. Let's listen to the confirmation and promise and resolve that he said that BJP will get West Bengal.
कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
लोगों के सर मुंह में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे, तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है, कैसे देख रहे हैं? कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता, पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Republic also had an exclusive conversation with BJP leader Arjun Singh. Arjun Singh refuted the claims of igniting violence in Bhatpara. Last night, he's blamed the TMC.
वायलेंस होगा दूसरे चरण में, अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस होगा।
जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस अभी डिप्लॉयड है उससे काम चल जाएगा?
मुझे मालूम नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी 1000 रखी है, डंडा नहीं चलाएगा तो क्या होगा? डंडा तो चलाना होगा मैडम। आप सिक्योरिटी 1000 खड़ा कीजिए, इनको बंदूक दे दीजिए, और बंदूक नहीं, उसमें गोली नहीं रहेगा, डंडा चलाने के ऑर्डर नहीं रहेंगे तो क्या करेंगे? 1000 आदमी क्या कर लेगा? एक आदमी बम मारेगा, 1000 को भागना पड़ेगा। तो मतलब वो है कि आप ऑर्डर दीजिए, 5 आदमी काफी, 1000 थोड़े लगता है।
3000 क्रूड बम बरामद हुए हैं, आपको लगता है कि इससे ज्यादा हो सकता है?
मैडम बहुत ज्यादा है उपस्थिति। अगर आप पुलिस को क्लियर हाथ छोड़िएगा नहीं, अगर उसको बांध के रखिएगा तो पुलिस वाले ही क्या करेंगे?
कई जगहों पे तो आप लोग खुद कह रहे हैं कि लोकल पुलिस की ही
कुछ है। पुलिस, बंगाल सरकार तो पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है। बंगाल सरकार पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है।
दूसरा चरण पहले चरण की तरह कम वायलेंस में होगा या आपको अभी भी संशय है?
वायलेंस बहुत बढ़ेगा। अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हो तो वायलेंस, अपराधियों को जेल में डाल दे, 99% शांति हो जाए।
4 अरेस्टिंग काफी है, काफी सारे लोग हैं जो
कुछ नहीं, 21-22 उस केस के आसामी हैं। 4 अरेस्ट से क्या होगा?
टीएमसी कैंडिडेट सोमेनाथ शाम ने बोला कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल के देख लीजिए, अर्जुन सिंह खुद आते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग फायरिंग करते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग हिंसा करते हैं।
फायरिंग, अगर मेरे लोग फायरिंग करेंगे तो अपने लोग पर क्यों करेंगे, उस पर क्यों नहीं करेंगे?
Republic also spoke to West Bengal's leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari.
जनता जाग चुका है, बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है, पता चल जाएगा।
100%। कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया, एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप? भवानीपुर सीट
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी
There's breaking news coming in. Dinesh Trivedi has now been appointed as the next High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh. This is the MEA that has given this forward. Remember, Dinesh Trivedi is a politician, former Union Minister, senior BJP leader, appointed as the next High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh. This move is also viewed as breaking the traditional pattern of appointing Indian Foreign Service officers. They're signaling a preference in Bangladesh for political leverage in managing ties. It's a strategic, non-conventional appointment of this politician Dinesh Trivedi instead of a career diplomat. It's also showing a renewed focus on regional diplomacy under the new Bangladeshi government, when Trivedi is going to be succeeding Pranay Verma. This is the big news coming in. Former Union Minister has been appointed. He's a veteran politician from West Bengal. Previously served as the Union Railway Minister, holding a long stint with Trinamool Congress also before joining the BJP in 2021. The appointment occurs during a very crucial time in India-Bangladesh relations following the transition of power in Dhaka. And the appointment is seen as a strategic pivot, particularly with elections approaching. I also want to go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, a very interesting shift. It's political ties that are extremely important. This is a renewed move that's coming. Focus on regional diplomacy, Niranjan.
Well, yes, Rhythm, Dinesh Trivedi is a very senior politician. You will remember him as the former, railway minister. He's been, at one point, one of Mamata Banerjee's close allies. He's been a very senior leader and a senior minister in the UPA government. and someone who was very outspoken, very media friendly, and he's been appointed the ambassador to High Commissioner to Bangladesh at a time when we've really had tough ties with Dhaka, and I think he goes there with a simple responsibility of trying to reset ties with Bangladesh. He's somebody who is from West Bengal, very close to the industry, very close to industrialists of West Bengal, and seen as a very pro-industry leader. And he will be going there to reset ties, because we've also already seen some of the leaders of the new establishment in Bangladesh, including of Tariq Rahman's party, come to India. And, our diplomatic outreach has begun. So in that sense, he will have his task cut out, and that task will be to reset ties with Bangladesh. Rhythm, back to you.
I completely agree, and that's the focus that we are looking at when Dinesh Trivedi, 75 years of age, is now being sent to Dhaka as India's new High Commissioner in Bangladesh. The chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Radhakrishnan, on Monday officially accepted the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party, significantly altering the party's strength in the upper house. Following the development, the BJP strength in Rajya Sabha has now increased from 106 to 113. The AAP's tally has dropped sharply from 10 to 3 members. This is according to the data that's available on the Rajya Sabha website. The Rajya Sabha website now reflects the shift, listing the 7 MPs as part of the BJP.
जो भी संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उस व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन ने रूलिंग दी है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं, और ये 7 आदमी कोई नए नहीं है। इससे पहले एक लंबी फहरिस्त है उन लोगों की जो आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ करके गए। तो साफ दिखाई देता है कि जो मॉरल वैल्यूज़ और जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता में आई थी, वो सारे सिद्धांतों का
आप कहेंगे टीएमसी मुक्तो बांग्ला, बोलेंगे ना? सब लोग बोलेंगे। मैं कहूंगा, मेरे साथ फिर दोहराएंगे, आमार सोनार बांग्ला, आमार सोनार बांग्ला, आमार सोनार बांग्ला। मैं कहूंगा अंधकार, आप कहेंगे होठ पे। मैं कहूंगा सूरज, आप कहेंगे ओठ पे। मैं कहूंगा कोमल, आप कहेंगे खिलबे। बोलेंगे ना? मेरे साथ बोलेंगे, अंधकार, 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 सूरज। दोनों हाथ ला करके बोलो, सूरज, 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 कोमल, कोमल, कोमल। मैं कहूंगा पलटाना दोरकार, पलटाना दोरकार, पलटाना दोरकार। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे, वंदे, वंदे। जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। धन्यवाद।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at that rally, clearly signifying political campaigning that's heating up and stating it's time for BJP to come to Kolkata. On April 25, 2026, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, a Californian-based teacher, developer with no prior criminal record, attempted to assassinate US President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He was armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives. Allen breached a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton, shooting a Secret Service officer whose life was saved by a ballistic vest before being tackled down and taken into custody. Trump and the First Lady, Lady Melania,
were immediately evacuated. Officials have classified him as a lone wolf. He now faces federal charges for assault and firearm use, with investigation into his motives ongoing.
Cole Thomas Allen is a 31-year-old resident of Torrance, California. He was identified by law enforcement as the suspect in the assassination attempt of U.S. President Donald Trump. Prior to this event, he had no criminal record.
At approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual.
Allen holds a mechanical engineering degree from Caltech and recently completed a master's in computer science. Professionally, he balanced work as a video game developer with a role as a part-time educator, even earning Teacher of the Month honors at a local learning center in late 2024. On Saturday evening, Allen targeted the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton. He was registered as a guest at the hotel. Allen bypassed security protocols by sprinting through a checkpoint toward the ballroom where Donald Trump and other dignitaries were gathered. Allen engaged with security personnel at the venue, and during the struggle, he shot a U.S. Secret Service officer at close range. The officer's life was saved by a ballistic vest. Allen was tackled and apprehended by agents.
This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated.
For you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just my look. It's my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd.
The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the president, the vice president, that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. Unfortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going.
At 6 p.m. on the Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, we break down the BJP's final push for West Bengal, with the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and UP's Chief Minister making the BJP's case before the state heads to second phase. Not just that, the Election Commission has also increased CAPF deployment across the state to curb violence. This and a lot more on the Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and the BJP is making its final pitch for West Bengal that heads to second phase of polls on the 29th of April with Prime Minister, Home Minister and even UP's Chief Minister all campaigning across various locations in West Bengal. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls. Election Commission orders probe by NIA.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during campaigning in Kolkata. Shah predicts BJP's clean sweep in Bengal, says it's goodbye for Mamata Banerjee. Rajya Sabha chairperson approves merger of 7 AAP MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while AAP's reduces from 10 to now 3. Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu urges Indians in the US to come back in an open letter, says Bharat Mata needs your talent. Back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Chande Bazar area of KPK. Viewers, now Home Minister Amit Shah has been campaigning in Kolkata. In fact, he issued some very strong statements while his campaigning was ongoing. He said that the voters must come out in large numbers like the Phase 1 polling and in fact also vote without any fear and go and cast their vote and exercise their franchise without the fear of TMC's goons. Now, this is a direct attack on the Trinamool Congress by the Home Minister, who is campaigning on behalf of the BJP in Kolkata. In fact, he says that voters must not not worry about any bullying or violence, and that the Election Commission has deployed CAPF personnel across every corner to ensure voter safety. In fact, he also reiterated that even after the elections, once the BJP government comes to power in Bengal, CAPF will remain deployed across Bengal for the next 60 days. Home Minister Amit Shah cracking down on Bengal's infamous poll violence, where he says that voters must come out in large numbers and freely, fearlessly exercise their franchise as the state heads to second phase of polling that is due on the 29th of April. Now, that's the latest that we're getting in. Those are the visuals of the Home Minister from his earlier today rally in Kolkata. Now, remember, as Bengal gears up for phase 2 elections, the BJP is making its final pitch. Now also listen into what the Home Minister had to say.
इस तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए। चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई और आज मैं बोलकर जाता हूं, चुनाव के बाद भाजपा सरकार आनी है, फिर भी 60 दिन तक ये सीआरपीएफ यही रहने वाली है। भाइयों बहनों, 29 तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए। चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई और आज मैं बोलकर जाता हूं, चुनाव के बाद भाजपा सरकार आनी है, फिर भी 60 दिन तक ये सीआरपीएफ यही रहने वाली है।
In fact, viewers, Republic has been on ground zero in West Bengal, covering each aspect of this election relentlessly. In fact, my colleague Komal spoke to Amit Shah exclusively, where he tells her that not even journalists are spared in the violence that's ongoing in West Bengal as the state heads to polls. In fact, he tells our camera person to take a look at the crowd around, and he says that this is testament that this time around it is going to be a goodbye for the TMC and Bengal will see a saffron sweep. Listen into that conversation.
कहाँ गढ़ बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
लोगों के सर मुंह में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं, कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके हैं।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
In fact, Republic also spoke to Bengal's leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, and here's what he had to say. Listen in.
जनता जाग चुका है, बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है, पता चल जाएगा।
कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया। एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप? भवानीपुर सीट
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी वोटर लिस्ट में डेथ वोटर भी नहीं है, फेक वोटर भी नहीं है, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया भी नहीं है, रोहिंगा भी नहीं है। इसलिए ममता बनर्जी का जो कोर वोटर है वो 35,000 हो गया है और जो सनातनी वोटर है वो 1,25,000 हो गया है। बेरोजगार नौजवान चाकरी की तलाश में है, बेटी बहन सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, व्यापारी सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जमीन की तलाश में है। सब मिला के सब दुखी है। एडुकेटेड राष्ट्रवादी मुसलमान भी इस बार बीजेपी को वोट करेगा। नंबर छोटा हो सकता है, वो भी करेगा। जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम को मानता है ना, जिसको वंदे मातरम बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता, और नंबर छोटा है लेकिन वो भी वोट करेगा।
सेकंड फेज में बम्पर वोटिंग को लेकर के लग रहा है आपको कि जो फर्स्ट फेज में हमने रिकॉर्ड टूटते देखा वो सेकंड फेज में भी होगा?
आने वाला 29 को ये रिकॉर्ड फेर तोड़ेगा। गांव का आदमी, नॉर्थ बंगाल का आदमी, मिदनापुर का आदमी 92.86 कर दिया। ये ऑल आर एडुकेटेड पीपल, कॉन्शियस पीपल। ये भी तैयारी, कंपटीशन होगा। गांव में ज़्यादा ना शहर में ज़्यादा। कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना कुछ बिहार आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना बिंडापुर आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना पुरुलिया आगे रहेगा। ये कंपटीशन वोटिंग होगा। सुबह सुबह सब मॉर्निंग वॉक कर लेगा, चाय ले लेगा, उसका बाद वोटिंग करेगा। पहले वोटदान, उसका बाद जलपान।
Viewers, in fact, we're shifting focus to another breaking development that comes in from West Bengal. Now, the Election Commission of India has said that they have been able to seize assets, illegal assets worth over 510 crore rupees from across West Bengal as they continue their raids in the state. That is going to go to its second phase of polling on the 29th of April. Not just that, the Election Commission of India also cracked down on the violence in West Bengal, saying that over 2,700 flying squad teams have been additionally deployed to West Bengal to take care and to curb any violence that may break out in the state, which is infamous for political violence during elections. Now, besides this, over 3,000 static surveillance teams have also been deployed to set surprise nakas at different locations. Special drives are being conducted against the manufacturing, storage and distribution of illicit liquor as well. Now, the seizure of 510 crore rupees has happened in various assets. It's divided in hard cash that has been seized, in liquor that's been seized, in even minerals and even metals that have been seized, including drugs that have been nabbed by the Election Commission of India in West Bengal. Remember, this time around, they're also deploying drones fitted with camera, the first in any election across India, for surveillance and to take better cognizance and control of the security situation as West Bengal heads into its second phase of polling on the 29th of April. Viewers, just when we were speaking about the security situation in West Bengal, another news that comes in is of violence that has now erupted in the Goa Ghat area in West Bengal. At least 15 BJP workers have been injured as per the first reports that we're getting in. Now, this violence took place during BJP candidate Prashanta Digar's campaign in Goa Ghat. And in fact, 15 BJP workers are injured in the incident. That's the latest that we're learning. And take a look at the visuals. In fact, you will also see people pelting stones, hurling away and, making Political candidates of the BJP run for their life amid the ongoing violence, the hooliganism that's unfolding in West Bengal. But remember, statistically, this time around, the cases of violence have gone down severely in West Bengal. If you compare it to all the other elections, in fact, this time around, no deaths have been reported in West Bengal. Take a look at the violence that's unfolding in Goghat in West Bengal, where a BJP candidate's rally was interrupted by goons. In fact, 15 BJP workers that have been taken to different medical facilities have been injured in the violence that unfolded near the Hooghly area in West Bengal. These are the visuals on your screens. An attack that took place on a BJP rally in Hooghly, specifically in the Goghat area in West Bengal. Now, viewers, Vijay Wadetiwar, a senior Congress leader from Maharashtra, said the firing at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner attended by US President Donald Trump was inevitable given his style of governance, and he drew a parallel with India. Now, he says that Trump sought to dominate globally and unsettle other nations, and as you sow, so shall you reap. Since things did not go the way he had expected, this was bound to happen. Those are the words of the Congress MLA from Maharashtra. Now, he refrained from naming any Neta or constitutional post in India, but he did draw a comparison. He said, and I'm quoting him, since people here are not coming out, there is an illusion that everything is fine, but people still have the same sentiment that India has been damaged. That is the statement that's coming in from Congress's MLA in Maharashtra. He said that the firing itself on White House was unfortunate, but he drew parallels with Trump's global dominance and bullying, and he drew parallels of a similar diplomatic thing unfolding in India without taking any names of politicians or parties. In fact, he said that the firing incident in White House should not have happened to someone holding such a high office, but public response often reflects the nature of leadership. That's the latest that's coming in. Congress's MLA himself completely confused what side of the card he's on. Listen in.
नहीं देखिए, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, जैसा करेगा वैसा भरेगा। उसने जो सत्ता में होते हुए, सर्वोच्च पद पर होते हुए, उसने पूरे दुनिया को, वर्ल्ड को जिस तरह से उसने काबू करने के लिए, कब्जा करने के लिए हर कंट्री को डिस्टर्ब करने का काम किया, हर कंट्री पे अपना कंट्रोल करने का काम किया, और सब पूरा दुनिया हमारी गुलाम है, इस तरह की उसकी जो भाषा है, और देश को भी उसने बर्बाद किया। ईरान से कोई संबंध नहीं था, फिर भी उसने इजराइल को पकड़कर जो वार किया, उसमें वो तो होना ही था। आज ट्रम्प ने पूरे अमेरिका को बर्बाद कर चुका है अपने मंसूबे पूरे करने के लिए, अपनी इच्छाओं को पूर्ति करने के लिए। जैसे कि देश में चल रहा है अपने हिंदुस्तान में, वैसे ही वहाँ चला, तो वो होना ही था। जितने लोग रास्ते पर उतरकर उनका विरोध किया, अब हिंदुस्तान में उतर नहीं रहे, तो इनको लग रहा है कि सब कुछ आलबेल है। लोगों में वही भावना आज भी है कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान भी वो बर्बादी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है। ट्रम्प के साथ हुआ, ये सही मायने से उस सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं होना चाहिए था, पर जैसे करेगा तो जनता उसका जवाब देगी, यही उस घटना से दिखता है।
In Modi Virod, Congress party is now doing Desh Virod. Congress's senior leader Vijay Wadetiwar, who has made many controversial comments about Operation Sindoor, about why a 15 lakh rupee missile was used to save Golden Temple, who has given clean chit to Pakistani terrorists in 26/11, now goes beyond and makes the most obnoxious comment. He says that the shooting attempt at Donald Trump, President Trump, was justified in America, and that there is a similar feeling in India, but Indian government does not know because there are no protests here, but the feeling is the same, and he justified it. And in a way, he is hoping that such an incident takes place here too. You can hate BJP, but why would you want such things to happen in this country? And why would you want to pray or hope for it? 150 times they have abused Prime Minister, threatened him with killing, death threats, Marja Modi, Modi ki kabar ko degi, Hitler ki maut marega, and now they are down to this. only because they oppose BJP, they will oppose even somebody who is on a constitutional position that such things should happen. And this is a party which has lost Prime Minister to the bullets of terrorists. And despite that, they are doing this. This is not Mohabbat ki dukaan. This is Samvidhan ka apman, and this is Nafrat ke bhaijan. This is the true face of Congress party.
ये पहली बात तो ऐसा बयान करना ये निंदाजनक है। मैं कड़ी निंदा करता हूँ। और ट्रम्प और अमेरिका इनकी तुलना हमारे भारत के साथ करना ये भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ये हमारे देश को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हमारे किसानों को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, हमारे बहनों को माताओं को आत्मनिर्भर कर रहे हैं, आत्मसम्मान दिला रहे हैं। महिलाओं का आरक्षण बिल का जो लाया था ये पहल की थी, तो ये कांग्रेस यूपीए सरकार ने, इंडिया अलायंस ने उसको गिरा दिया। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसलिए ये बौखला गए हैं सब लोग, कांग्रेस के लोग, और गलत सलत बयानबाजी करते हैं। ये मैं उनकी कड़ी निंदा करता हूँ। देश की जनता, देश को आर्थिक महासत्ता बनाने के लिए मोदी जी जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं वे 140 करोड़ जनता मोदी जी के साथ में है, और इसलिए जो ऐसे बयानबाजी करेंगे उनको सबक 140 करोड़ जनता सिखाएगी।
Viewers, quickly cutting across to a breaking development in the Kapoor estate battle. Now the fight has shifted from will to family trust. This comes 4 months after the Delhi High Court reserved its order on the disputed will. Now a fresh battle has erupted over the RK family trust. Republic, in fact, has exclusively accessed 3 crucial letters. A notice by Karisma Kapoor's children Samira and Kian seeking the trust details. Second, Priya Sachdev Kapoor's reply, and even the beneficiaries' rejoinder. The central question now in this entire case remains: who is controlling the trust, who has access to the assets, and why are the beneficiaries being denied full transparency? Now, Karisma Kapoor's children have written a letter seeking details about the trust owners. In fact, they have questioned their position as beneficiaries and sought audited accounts, bank statements, asset details, investments, and even details of benefits that have been received by Priya and others from the trust-linked entities. That's the latest that we're getting in. The battle now growing more grim. Priya Sachdev Kapoor, on the other hand, has also given a reply where she's rejected large parts of their demand, calling it beyond their entitlement, and even accusing them of siding with Rani Kapoor. That's the latest that we're learning in. But remember, viewers, this is no longer just a will dispute. The Kapoor family battle has now become a full-blown trust war over control, transparency, and a massive 10,000 crore rupee estate. In fact, joining us is our legal editor, Rhythm Bhardwaj, to get us more details. Rhythm, how better can you explain this? The case is growing more complex and there are new revelations, 3 exclusives that we've been able to get our hands on. Rhythm. There seems to be some problem with the audio, but before we go back to our legal editor, viewers, now the inheritance battle has shifted to an entire family trust battle, with Karisma Kapoor's children also entering the picture, demanding clearance over, demanding audits, and even clearance over who the beneficiaries are. They are seeking the details of the trust, and in fact, now Priya Kapoor has given her reply. She rejected large parts of this demand, and she called it beyond their entitlement, and even accused them of siding with Rani Kapoor. The big question in this entire case remains that if the trust is genuine and legitimate, why not full transparency? In fact, our legal editor, Rhythm Bhardwaj, joins us on the broadcast. Rhythm, take it from here. Tell us the details of this entire case. It's becoming a lot more complex than before, and now the battle has also shifted. Also, the 3 exclusives that we've been able to get our hands on. Rhythm.
It's clear that the battle has now shifted from the will that was being contested in the Delhi High Court to the 10,000 crore rupee trust. This is a battle between we are seeing on the one side Priya Sachdeva and on the other side Karishma Kapoor and her children, where they are saying we have certain rights as beneficiaries of the trust and those rights should be given to us. Republic TV accesses the 3 letters. One is a notice that has been given by Karishma Kapoor's children to Priya Sachdeva. The second letter that I'm going to read out from is the reply that has been filed on the 8th of April by Priya Sachdeva to Karishma Kapoor's children, and the third is the rejoinder that has been given by her children on 17th of April. Viewers, why I mentioned the dates is it's extremely relevant to understand that first the battle was in the Delhi High Court. It's been 4 months. The matter has been reserved. We are still waiting for Justice Jyoti Singh to come out and give an order. I also think it was mentioned before her as to when the order will come, but we haven't seen any daylight on that. Coming now to the trust. The trust becomes an extremely important part because Karishma Kapoor's children are beneficiaries under the trust. Remember a few days ago, we saw this massive battle over who really is the main chairman, the leader of the trust that broke out, whether it was Rani Kapoor or whether it was Priya Sachdeva. Both of them wrote letters to each other and claiming that they are the rightful main owners of the trust. Now we come to the children. Now, and I'll also tell you what happens. In the months that forwarded, we saw the 80-year-old Rani Kapoor. She moved the Delhi High Court alleging the RK family trust was fraudulently created to strip her of her life's estate. The battle for control of the Kapoor family fortune had shifted from the courtroom, like I said, to the trust. Let me also tell our viewers, before I take you towards the letters, on the one side, we are seeing what Karishma Kapoor's children have said. They've said they question their position as beneficiaries of the trust and they ask for details of the trust. Priya Kapoor replies back and says she rejects a large part of the demand. She calls it beyond their entitlement, and most importantly, she says you are siding with the matriarch Rani Kapoor. But the big question is, if the trust is genuine, it's robust and it's legitimate, why not embrace full transparency when it comes to Karishma Kapoor's children who are beneficiaries of the trust? The larger thing, on what footing can a trustee threaten to erode or claw back the beneficial interests of Karishma Kapoor's children merely because they are seen to be siding, if in fact they are, with the grandmother Rani Kapoor? On the other side, we're also going to tell you this trust battle has escalated. In her letter, Priya Sachdeva has also written that there is no trust that has been given to her and they are fraudulently now siding with Rani Kapoor. In fact, I want to read out from the reply that she has given right here on the 17th of April when Priya Sachdeva I beg your pardon, on the 8th of April when she writes a rather long worded letter, a notice by her lawyers. She says it's a fishing and roving inquiry in support of Rani Kapoor. You are using language that is showing that that there's no trust. She says, the words that you have used constrain me to express my surprise. You are collaborating with Rani. There is a collusive nexus with her. And there is aiding and abetting of the grandmother Rani Kapoor that's happening. The big question that Republic TV is raising here, this is beneficiaries versus trustees. Karishma Kapoor's children are demanding full financial transparent accounts.
Right, Rhythm.
Why is a trustee, they're saying, not being allowed to get their interest or siding with Rani Kapoor on what legal footing? Like I said, the big question will really have to be seen as to who really owns the trust. Republic TV accesses the 3 letters. 10,000 crore Kapoor estate battle. The fight is shifting from the will to the family trust. And the biggest question that we all have to try and see, this is yet another battle for Sanjay Kapoor's 10,000 crore rupee trust. What the High Court is going to say is one thing, but also now this battle, new battle lines, new war footing that is shown between Karishma Kapoor's children and Priya Sachdeva.
Right, Rhythm, thanks for getting us such a detailed lowdown on exactly what's unfolding. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we also get you details of back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi has been killed by unknown assailants in Jande Bazar area of KPK. We're getting you all the details on that assassination on the other side.
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaced
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development now. Pakistan has carried out strikes on Afghanistan once again. Pakistan conducted airstrikes in the Asadabad area of Kunar province inside Afghanistan. Now remember, the relations between the two countries have now escalated into a complete open war following a series of massive airstrikes and also border skirmishes that began in February this year. And in the latest, Pakistan has once again struck Afghanistan territories. They've conducted airstrikes in the Asadabad area of Kunar province in Afghanistan. These are the visuals on your screens that come in from Kunar in Afghanistan. Also remember, just a few days back, a few weeks back, Pakistan claimed that they are doing this to hit out the Taliban Pakistan posts inside Afghanistan, but they killed several Afghani civilians by hitting a hospital inside Afghanistan in the border towns. And once again, Pakistan has now started its aggression against Afghanistan. The situation looks like an open war. In fact, joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Goswami to get us more updates into the matter. Goswami, another front has been opened between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Airstrikes, fresh ones, carried out in Asadabad area. What can you tell us?
Yes, recently this afternoon Pakistan has carried out airstrikes at different locations in the Kunar province. Not only the Asrarabad city has been targeted, but also the Kunar University campus has also been targeted. 3 civilians have lost their life, while 4 to 5 are said to be injured. There has been large-scale damage that has been reported to the Kunar University campus, and the visuals of which are also with the Republic Media Network, in which it can be clearly seen the extent of damage and why the institutions, the educational institutions, are being targeted by the Pakistan Pakistan? That is also a major question, because when Pakistan claims to carry out the attacks or the strikes on the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, these strikes can be at their launch pads, but not at a location where the students go and the teachers go for the education. That is what Pakistan has done, and now what we are getting to know that the Ministry of Defense of the Afghanistan has told the local media that Afghanistan reserves the right to retaliation. They will be retaliating at their own place and time of their choice. So it is going to escalate. The situation along the Duran line will be the first casualty to this escalation that has been done by the Pakistan. What it seems that the support of the USA that Pakistan got for last couple of weeks, they have used that to carry out strikes on Afghanistan, and that too in the civilian areas in the Asadabad as well as in the Kunar area, Kunar University campus.
Well, in fact, just taking our viewers through the latest development, yet another escalation coming in from the Pakistani side. Afghanistan has now confirmed. In fact, a short while back, Information Minister has confirmed that these were airstrikes carried out by the Pakistani armed forces targeting Kunar University. In fact, it seems that 3 people have been killed, about 45 people have been injured in the airstrikes that have been carried out earlier. Today is what we are being told right now. As far as Pakistan's official version is concerned, that is still not known. Pakistan has not officially declared that these airstrikes have been carried out, but the confirmation essentially comes in from Afghanistan. In fact, remember, there was a role that was essentially played even by other Middle Eastern countries to bring in a ceasefire between Afghanistan and Pakistan. That seems to have been completely decimated, keeping in mind that this is yet another airstrikes that have been carried out. In the last 1 month itself, what we have seen is that there has been an escalation, and it was only during Eid that a ceasefire was basically struck, but that seems to have now collapsed with airstrikes that have been carried out. In fact, a warning had earlier come in from Sirajuddin Haqqani, where he said that if at all this time Pakistan basically carries out any attack inside Afghanistan, Afghanistan will not prevent themselves from carrying out attacks just at the border, but they are going to go right inside Pakistan, saying that air bases of the Pakistanis are not essentially safe from the Afghan military. That was the warning that came in from Sirajuddin Haqqani. Now, it remains to be seen whether at all there is going to be a retaliation coming in from the Afghanistan side, but keeping in mind that these warnings had come in earlier too, and time and again Afghanistan has essentially maintained that civilian areas have been targeted. They've once again put out proof by saying that this was a dormitory in Kunar University that has been targeted by civilians. There were children, there were students who were present there. Major Samar Paltur is also joining us on this broadcast. Major Samar Paltur, it seems that the Pakistanis were trying to regroup all this while, and the ceasefire was a complete hoax. This was during Eid, now it has collapsed. How do you really read into the situation right now?
You see, one of the major reasons, Shravan, that this area has been affected is because this is a mountainous area. And if you have a tactical advantage of using indirect weapons, would be in the province of Kunar. Because, you know, in Kunar, how it is that it's a plain area, it's a valley. So, you know, and this is where majority of the grouping of the Taliban had already taken place in last year, October. So keeping that in mind, they are targeting these places, but targeting a university, you know, so that is what is very worrying. That Sayyid Jamaluddin University is for the students of Afghanistan. It is not a training center. It has got nothing to do with military. It has no relevance whatsoever connected to the Taliban or their forces. So this university being particularly targeted raises very big questions. And even the European Union, the team that had come last time to actually see the area where, you know, the drug de-addiction center, which was again bombed by Pakistan, they have categorically mentioned that this attack is unjust and is unjustified. It was not supposed to be carried out. So either Pakistan is facing a lot of intelligence failure, or it is doing it in deliberation to instigate the Taliban. Either of the cases, Pakistan is in deep trouble, because I do not think that, now the Taliban is going to hold itself back, because innocent men, women and children again have been killed in this. So you cannot make it a regular affair that you are killing women, you're killing children, you're killing civilians, and these are the victims of Pakistan terror with no logic. So I certainly feel...
Major Dur, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I believe there is another breaking news coming in, but this is a developing story. We'll be tracking this very closely. Over to you, Gesu, for the next breaking coming in.
Right, Shravan. In fact, viewers, Prime Minister has issued an audio message to the people of West Bengal. This comes amid heavy BJP campaigning in the state of West Bengal. Listen into the Prime Minister's audio message for the people of Bengal.
ही बंगाल के इस उत्सव में हिस्सा लेने का अवसर मिला है। बीते दिनों मुझे आप सभी के सामने बंगाल के विकास को लेकर, बंगाल के उज्जवल भविष्य को लेकर, बंगाल की युवा पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लेकर बीजेपी का जो रोड मैप है, पश्चिम बंगाल के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। लोकतंत्र का हर महोत्सव बहुत पवित्र होता है। मुझे भी बंगाल के इस उत्सव में हिस्सा लेने का अवसर मिला है। बीते दिनों मुझे आप सभी के सामने बंगाल के विकास को लेकर, बंगाल के उज्जवल भविष्य को लेकर, बंगाल की युवा पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लेकर बीजेपी का जो रोड मैप है, उस रोड मैप को रेखांकित करने का, आप सब के सामने प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर मिला। आज शाम 5 बजे चुनाव प्रचार खत्म हो रहा है। इस चुनाव की मेरी आखिरी रैली भी अभी हो चुकी है। मैं अब इस पत्र के माध्यम से बंगाल के अपने हर परिवारजन को आभार तो व्यक्त करना ही चाहता ही हूं, लेकिन अपनी भावनाएं भी व्यक्त कर रहा हूं। साथियों, इस चुनाव के दौरान मैंने बंगाल में एक अलग ही ऊर्जा की अनुभूति की है। इतनी गर्मी के बावजूद, इतनी रैलियों के बाद भी मुझे बंगाल के इस चुनाव अभियान में जरा भी थकान महसूस नहीं हुई। ये रैलियां, ये रोड शो मैं अनुभव करता था जैसे मेरी एक तीर्थ यात्रा हो रही है। मैं मां काली के भक्तों के बीच जाता था तो संभवतः मां काली भी मुझे निरंतर नई ऊर्जा से भरती जा रही थी। जब जनवरी 2024 में अयोध्या में रामलला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का आयोजन हुआ था, उससे पहले मैंने श्रद्धापूर्वक 11 दिनों का अनुष्ठान किया था, व्रत किया था। मुझे अनुभव होता है कि उस समय प्रभु श्री राम ने मुझे असीम ऊर्जा से भर दिया था। इस चुनाव में भी मुझे वही अनुभूति हुई जैसी किसी देवी देवता के मंदिर में दर्शन के समय होती है। ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन के दर्शन से मुझ में नव ऊर्जा का संचार हुआ है। साथियों, बंगाल की सभी रैलियों में, रोड शो में मुझे इतने अपनत्व भरे संदेश और चित्र मिले हैं कि मैं उन्हें कभी भुला नहीं सकता। रैलियां और रोड शो के बाद जब भी पहला मौका मिलता है, मैं रात में बहुत तसल्ली से उन चित्रों को देखता हूं, आपके प्यार भरे संदेशों को, आपके पत्रों को पढ़ता हूं और अपना जवाब भी लिखवाता हूं। युवा हो, बहनें हो, बेटियां हो, बुजुर्ग हो, हर आयु वर्ग के साथियों, आप में जो स्नेह का जो भाव प्रकट होता है, जिसे मैं देखता हूं, अनुभव करता हूं, मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं, ये आपका प्यार, ये आपके आशीर्वाद मेरे जीवन की असली पूंजी है। साथियों, इस चुनाव के दौरान मैंने ये भी देखा कि बंगाल के युवा हो, महिलाएं हो, किसान हो, श्रमिक हो, सभी बंगाल के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, विकसित बंगाल के लिए कितने अधीर है, कितने आतुर है। बंगाल का युवा अब आगे बढ़ने के लिए खुला मैदान चाहता है। हमारी बंगाल की बेटियां खुला आसमान चाहती हैं, सुरक्षा चाहती हैं। बंगाल का हर नागरिक, हर परिवार एक ही संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है और वो संकल्प है अब परिवर्तन करके ही रहना है। परिवर्तन ये जन जन का संकल्प बन गया है। सामान्य मानवी कह रहा है, भय बहुत हुआ, अब भय नहीं, अब भरोसा चाहिए, अब भाजपा चाहिए। साथियों, बंगाल की सेवा करना, बंगाल को सुरक्षित करना, ये मेरा दायित्व है। बंगाल के सामने उपस्थित हुई हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलना, ये मेरे भाग्य में भी है और मेरी जिम्मेदारी भी है। मैं अपनी इस जिम्मेदारी से पीछे नहीं हटूंगा। मैं आपको भरोसा देता हूं कि बंगाल में बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के शपथ ग्रहण का उत्सव हम सभी मिलकर मनाएंगे। ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत विश्वास नहीं है, मैंने आपके भीतर इस विश्वास को अनुभव किया है। मेरे प्यारे भाई बहनों, प्रथम चरण के मतदान ने इतिहास रचा है। अब आपका दायित्व है कि 29 अप्रैल को ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतदान करें। लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में विजय की ध्वज फहराने का आपके पास बेहतरीन अवसर आया है। हम सभी मिलकर बंगाल को विकसित बनाएंगे और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। बस आज इतना ही। आपका अपना सेवक नरेंद्र मोदी।
Some more breaking news coming in connection with the TCS Nashik conversion case. Now, a decision on the anticipatory bail of the absconding accused Nida Khan is to be held on the 2nd of May. Now, on the same day, hearing for accused Danish will also take place. Now, public prosecutor in the case, speaking exclusively to Republic, said that there are possible links of Malaysia and even Malegaon bomb blast case to this larger conspiracy that unfolded in Nashik. Listen in.
We have Defence Counsel Advocate Rahul Kasniwal sir with us. Sir, you today presented your say on the anticipatory bail of absconding accused Nida Khan. What was your say overall, and what did the court give its decision on the overall hearing?
The court has not passed any order today. The order is kept on 2nd of May. The argument of both the sides are heard. I would like to say that basically, as far as the Nida Khan is concerned, my whole case is that The allegations against her are in respect of section 299, which is punishable up to 3 years. So, taking the support of judgment of even the Arnesh Kumar, I was submitting that the offence is not punishable for more than 3 years. So arrest is not required. In addition to that, she is already pregnant, and whatever the allegations are there in the FIR are not fulfilling the necessary ingredients of offence, because 299 is very different than alleged in the FIR.
Right, so it has constantly been mentioned about forceful conversion. So what were those grounds?
As far as the FIR is concerned, there is no allegation in respect of forceful conversion, but today in the argument state has submitted and gave the while arguing, they have disclosed certain things which were suggesting about the conversion. But fairly I am saying that as far as Maharashtra is concerned, there is no special law in respect of forceful conversion. And as far as the union law is concerned or the central law is concerned, there is no such central law. So local law is also not there. Central law is not also saying about the forceful conversion. So under BNS, it is not coming under any definition. And 299 is not for conversion. It is for hurting the religious feelings. So still I am saying that it is a constitutional aspect that the act, if it not an offence on the day of its occurrence, then that cannot be punished.
So is it possible, according to law, is it right thing that she would be arrested before 2nd of May, before the verdict or the decision of this anticipatory bail hearing?
As she has no protection till date and the matter is kept on 2nd of May, it is always possible for the police to arrest her.
Sir, last question to you is that is there any international link mentioned here or any external links which is terror funding is also being said? Is there any aspect which is being debated about?
See, as far as the evidence is concerned, there is nothing on record in that regard. Even the state has not brought any material on that record. One passing statement was made, but that was only there. They were saying about the possibility, or they were saying that the possibility cannot be ruled out. But no material was there in that regard.
Viewers, in a significant political development, the Rajya Sabha chairman has approved the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. The Rajya Sabha secretariat has also issued an official notice confirming the move, representing a legal merger under the provisions of the Constitution of India, effectively bypassing the threat of disqualification in the official Rajya Sabha records. All 7 MPs are now listed as part of the BJP. With this, the BJP strength in the Rajya Sabha has now risen to 113.
The fallout from Raghav Chadda's defection to the BJP is still wreaking havoc in AAP. 7 MPs leaving AAP for the BJP has dealt a severe blow to the party in the Rajya Sabha. Earlier today, Rajya Sabha chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan approved the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. After this decision, AAP's strength in the Rajya Sabha has fallen to 3, while the BJP's number of MPs have risen to 113. Prominent among those who switched sides are Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak and Ashok Mittal, who visited the BJP headquarters and met party president Nitin Nabeen, where they were formally welcomed. The group, which also includes Ashok Mittal, Harbhajan Singh, Swati Maliwal, Vikram Sahani and Rajinder Gupta, formally completed the transition by submitting signed documents to the Rajya Sabha chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan. In his statement, Chadda criticized the AAP, alleging that the party originally founded to combat corruption had deviated from its ideals and is now influenced by compromised individuals.
पॉलिटिक्स में आने से पहले मैं एक प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट था. मेरे सामने एक बेहतरीन करियर था, लेकिन मैं उस करियर को छोड़कर पॉलिटिक्स में आया. अपने करियर को बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आया और एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का फाउंडिंग मेंबर बना, जिस पार्टी को मैंने अपने प्राइम यूथ के 15 साल दिए, अपने खून पसीने से, बहुत मेहनत से इस पार्टी को सींचा. लेकिन आज ये पार्टी वो पुरानी वाली पार्टी नहीं रही. इस पार्टी में आज एक टॉक्सिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है. आपको काम करने से रोका जाता है, पार्लियामेंट में बोलने से रोका जाता है और ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आज चंद करप्ट और कॉम्प्रोमाइज लोगों के हाथ में फंसकर रह गई है, जो अब देश के लिए नहीं, अपने निजी पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम करती है.
A deeper organizational concerns within the Aam Aadmi Party, with insiders suggesting that it is the exit of Sandeep Pathak which is far more consequential than that of Raghav Chadda. While Chadda is widely regarded as a prominent public face who adds visibility and appeal, Pathak is considered the chief strategist behind AAP's organizational framework. The Aam Aadmi Party has hit back forcefully, characterizing the defection as a betrayal of both the party mandate and the voters of Punjab. Listen in to what Sanjay Singh from the AAP had to say in an exclusive conversation with Republic.
जो हमारे 7 सांसदों ने पत्र दिया है, मात्र उसका संज्ञान एक तरफा लेते हुए चेयरमैन साहब ने विलय को मंजूरी दी है। लेकिन 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक, संविधान की 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक उनकी सदस्यता कैसे रद्द हो सकती है, इसकी याचिका मैंने दी है। उस याचिका पे अभी तक सुनवाई शुरू भी नहीं हुई है, तो इंतजार कीजिए, उसका फैसला आने दीजिए। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि चेयरमैन साहब लोकतंत्र और संविधान की रक्षा के लिए इन लोगों की सदस्यता रद्द करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कानून के मुताबिक, संविधान के मुताबिक पूरी तरह से गलत है कि आप पार्टी को तोड़ के किसी में विलय कर जाएं।
The BJP meanwhile stated that the AAP is responsible for its own problems.
जो भी संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उस व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन ने रूलिंग दी है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं, और ये 7 आदमी कोई नए नहीं है, इससे पहले एक लंबी फहरिस्त है उन लोगों की जो आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ करके गए। तो साफ दिखाई देता है कि जो मॉरल वैल्यूज़ और जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता में आई थी, वो सारे सिद्धांतों के और मॉरल वैल्यूज़ की उन्होंने बलि दी। भ्रष्टाचार, अकर्मण्यता और लोगों की काम न करना, ये कारण बना जिसके कारण से लोगों का मुंह भंग हुआ और अब लगभग आम आदमी पार्टी प्राय समाप्ति की ओर है।
After multiple setbacks, the Aam Aadmi Party is now in full damage control. The party's ability to adapt, retain its remaining leadership and rebuild organizational cohesion will likely determine its prospects in upcoming elections, particularly in Punjab.
Tonight at 7:30 p.m. in our super prime time, we get you all the details of what is at stake in the second and the final phase of elections in West Bengal when Bhadralok goes to vote. Now 142 seats are up for grabs. This as campaigning reaches its climax. Catch all that and more with me, Ishita Mitra, at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASAM, the Indian
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns.
To you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Pakistan launches airstrikes on Kunar University in Afghanistan. Kabul brims with anger. Prime Minister Modi writes an open letter and releases audio message for the people of Bengal ahead of Phase 2 polls on April 29. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls. Election Commission orders an NIA probe.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during the campaign in Kolkata. Predicts BJP's clean sweep in Bengal, says it's Tata goodbye to Mamata. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 UP MPs with the BJP. The party says the party's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while that of UP comes down from 10 to 3. Zoho co-founder Sridhar Vembu urges Indians in the United States to come back. In an open letter, says Bharat Mata needs your talent. Back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar Khyber Pakhtunkhwa commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jhande Bazar area of KPK. All right, let's begin with the developments in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and reports suggest Pakistan has carried out strikes on Afghanistan and deep inside in the Kunar province. In fact, the Pakistanis conducted air strikes in Asadabad area of Kunar province of Afghanistan, where it seems they have hit a university. Now, this is essentially the Duran line fight going on, and these are the pictures. Perhaps this is a university campus, all running helter-skelter, chaos breaking out. I am told Gursimran is going to be joining us live for more on this. Gursimran, even as the ceasefire in the Gulf maintains a tenuous calm there, we are seeing hostilities breaking out between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Was there some trigger to Pakistan striking Kunar province of Afghanistan?
See, Abhishek, this all began late last night when Pakistan targeted the civilian locations along the Duran line in the Spin Boldak area of the Duran line, after which there was a retaliation by the Afghans as well, and Afghanistan MOD has claimed that 6 Pakistani soldiers were killed. Now, today afternoon, Pakistan has carried out the airstrikes and the drone strikes in the civilian areas. We are told that not only that this Asadabad area has been targeted, but also the Sayyid Jamaluddin Afghani University, which is in Kunar, that has also been targeted. And it was when the university was going on, the students were inside the university. That time they have actually targeted, in which what we are told that the 3 civilians have lost their life, and the number of non-fatal casualties has now risen to 48. All of them have been admitted at the Kunar hospital, wherein they are undergoing the treatment. But this is a major escalation by Pakistan, and the MOD of Afghanistan has said that they are well aware of the incidents that have unfolded, and they reserve the right to retaliate at the place of their own choice. So now the retaliation from the Afghan is certain, because their MOD has said that we will retaliate, but at our own will. That is going to happen. What it seems, Abhishek, that the praises that have come from the US President for the Pakistani army and the Pakistani Prime Minister, that are being used as a leverage by them to target Afghanistan, because you know that US President has been very keen to get back the Balgram air base, but now Pakistan may have sold that dream to the United States, and that's why they are targeting the civilian areas in Afghanistan once again.
That's a significant observation there, Gursimran, by you, that Pakistan could have been emboldened by the backing they are getting from President Trump, and in the process making those strikes to attain their own objectives along the Duran line. You said Ministry of Defense has taken note and might retaliate. Are we looking at the possibility of this really building up like it happened 2-3 months back, Gursimran, with mediation happening in Qatar and Beijing, and that leading to no result, and finally Pakistan, Afghanistan at it again across the Duran line?
See, Abhishek, there are certain things to it that has to be seen. Reason being that this time the situation is altogether different. Because if you remember, it is not only that this time the Afghanistan has been targeted. Because if you remember, it's only a week back that we have seen Jaish al-Zulm, that of Iran calls. Iran busted a entire modus operandi and operational unit that was trying to sneak out from Pakistan as was entering Iran. So that was on a bid to carry out attack, and soon after that that the Foreign Minister of Iran called upon the Foreign Minister of Afghan Mutaki. He spoke and they actually said that they will be helping each other. So there is a possibility that there will be strikes, but the extent of strikes have to be seen, because this time in the terrorism that is being launched from the soil of Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, they are united also. So what will be the level? Because in the past also we have seen Iran has also carried out the airstrikes inside the territory of Pakistan. So will that be a joint strike? What will happen? How things will escalate or will come out? That has to be seen, because both the neighbors, all three neighbors if we speak, India, Afghanistan and Iran, they all are suffering from the terrorism that has risen out from the land of Pakistan and is actively being supported by Pakistan.
Gursimran, hold on to your thoughts. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in connected with the same, which is that according to the Ministry of Defense of Afghanistan, this is statement coming in, or the information coming in from Kabul, 6 Pakistani soldiers were killed in an overnight retaliation in the Spin Boldak area along the Duran line. So it's not that Kabul is sitting back. They are punching back, they are hitting back, and they claim that they have eliminated 6 Pakistani soldiers. The Spin Boldak, in fact, is one of the key transit points between the two nations, and it seems that Kabul has decided to not just sit back but escalate. Gursimran.
Yes, Abhishek, you have rightly mentioned last night what the Minister of Defense of Afghanistan has said, that there were civilian areas. Miners have been attacked in the Pakistani escalation along the Duran line. Though it was last night, it was not the airstrikes, but it was limited, the artillery shellings that they have done. And that was done on the civilian areas, and that was given a befitting reply. MOD of the Afghanistan claims that 6 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in their strikes, though there has been no official word from the ISPR. I was trying to look for the ISPR statement, but there has not been any single statement directly by the ISPR or through the sources. No local media has quoted ISPR so far with regards to the escalation that has taken place last night on the Duran line. Now coming to the airstrikes that have happened, since they have happened very recently, there has not been any word from both the sides, but MOD of the Afghanistan, what they have told the local media, that they are closely monitoring the situation and they reserve the right to retaliate.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for that update on what's happening in our neighborhood, and things heating up again along the Duran line after a brief hiatus, because though all the attention was on the Iran war, but subterranean conflict was building up, peace talks failing in Beijing and Doha, and so Pakistan and Afghanistan back at it. And as Gursimran was explaining, this is essentially because Asim Munir feels emboldened after getting a pat on the back from President Trump. Moving on that note, and back to domestic politics. Political campaigning is seeing the last of it insofar as phase 2 of Bengal polls are concerned, which are happening on April 29, 2 days from now. That's Wednesday. And we, in fact, have Union Minister Amit Shah speaking exclusively to Republic ahead of the end of campaigning that happens in just an hour, or actually it has happened. This is an interview that has taken place just while last of the roadshows of Amit Shah was going on in Kolkata. Take a listen.
कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
लोगों के साथ वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
सर, इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं, कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
All right, Republic teams in fact are there on the ground in Bengal, and we also caught up with two other BJP leaders, Arjun Singh and Shubhendu Adhikari. Take a listen.
वायलेंस होगा दूसरे चरण में, अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस होगा।
तो इतनी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस अभी डिप्लॉयड है उससे काम चल जाएगा?
मुझे मालूम नहीं है, सिक्योरिटी 1000 रखी है, डंडा नहीं चलाएगा तो क्या होगा? डंडा तो चलाना होगा मैडम। आप सिक्योरिटी 1000 खड़ा करिए, इनको बंदूक दे दीजिए, वो बंदूक नहीं, उसमें गोली नहीं रहेगा, डंडा चलाने के ऑर्डर नहीं रहेंगे तो क्या करेंगे? 1000 आदमी क्या कर लेगा? एक आदमी बम मारेगा, 1000 को भागना पड़ेगा। तो मतलब वो है कि आप ऑर्डर दीजिए, 5 आदमी काफी, 1000 थोड़े लगता है।
3000 क्रूड बम बरामद हुए हैं, आपको लगता है कि इससे ज्यादा हो सकता है?
मैडम बहुत ज्यादा है उपस्थिति। अगर आप पुलिस को क्लियर हाथ छोड़िएगा नहीं, अगर उसको बांध के रखिएगा तो पुलिस वाले ही क्या करेंगे?
कई जगहों पे तो आप लोग खुद कह रहे हैं कि लोकल पुलिस की ही
कुछ है। पुलिस, बंगाल सरकार तो पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है, बंगाल सरकार पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है।
दूसरा चरण पहले चरण की तरह कम वायलेंस में होगा या आपको अभी भी संशय है?
वायलेंस बहुत बढ़ेगा। अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस, अपराधियों को जेल में डाल दे, 99% शांति हो जाए।
4 अरेस्टिंग काफी है, काफी सारे लोग हैं जो
कुछ नहीं, 21-22 है, 21-22 उस केस के आसामी है, 4 अरेस्ट से क्या होगा?
टीएमसी कैंडिडेट सोमेन आज शाम ने बोला कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल के देख लीजिए, अर्जुन सिंह खुद आते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग फायरिंग करते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग हिंसा करते हैं।
फायरिंग, अगर मेरे लोग फायरिंग करेंगे तो अपने लोग पर क्यों करेंगे, उस पर क्यों नहीं करेंगे?
जनता जाग चुका है, बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है, पता चल जाएगा।
कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया, एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप भवानीपुर सीट?
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी वोटर लिस्ट में डेथ वोटर भी नहीं है, फेक वोटर भी नहीं है, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया भी नहीं है, रोहिंगा भी नहीं है। इसलिए ममता बनर्जी का जो कोर वोटर है वो 35,000 हो गया है, और जो सनातनी वोटर है वो 1,25,000 हो गया है। बेरोजगार नौजवान चाकरी की तलाश में है, बेटी बहन सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, व्यापारी सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जमीन की तलाश में है। सब मिला के सब दुखी है। एडुकेटेड राष्ट्रवादी मुसलमान भी इस बार बीजेपी को वोट करेगा। नंबर छोटा हो सकता है, वो भी करेगा। जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम को मानता है ना, जिसको वंदे मातरम बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता, और नंबर छोटा है लेकिन वो भी वोट करेगा।
सेकंड फेज में बम्पर वोटिंग को लेकर के लग रहा है आपको कि जो फर्स्ट फेज में हमने रिकॉर्ड टूटते देखा वो सेकंड फेज में भी होगा?
आने वाला 29 को ये रिकॉर्ड फेर तोड़ेगा। गांव का आदमी, नॉर्थ बंगाल का आदमी, मिदनापुर का आदमी 92.86 कर दिया। ये ऑल आर एडुकेटेड पीपल, कॉन्शियस पीपल। ये भी तैयारी, कंपटीशन होगा। गांव में ज़्यादा ना शहर में ज़्यादा। कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना कुछ बिहार आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना मिदनापुर आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना पुरुलिया आगे रहेगा। ये कंपटीशन वोटिंग होगा सुबह सुबह सब मॉर्निंग वॉक कर लेगा, चाय ले लेगा, उसका बाद वोटिंग करेगा, पहले वोटदान उसका बाद जलपान।
All right, moving on, Arvind Kejriwal has written a letter to Justice Swarnakanta Sharma of the Delhi High Court after she refused to recuse herself from hearing CBI plea against discharge of Kejriwal in the excise case. Remember the liquor gate in which Kejriwal is one of the accused. Kejriwal has said that he will not appear before her either personally or through a lawyer, and added that he still hoped of receiving justice from Justice Swarnakanta Sharma, but that stood shattered. That hope stood shattered because she refused to recuse. Kejriwal has said that he has decided to follow the path of Gandhiji's Satyagraha and is listening to his voice of conscience rather than legal process. That's Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo, grandstanding on due process of law, whether this amounts to contempt of court, whether this amounts to abdication of his right to process of law. Okay, Rhythm is in fact live with us, our executive editor, legal affairs. So who better than you, Rhythm, to tell us what this means? Does it mean that Kejriwal loses his legal rights because he is abdicating his appeal, he is withdrawing from it? Does it amount to a contempt of court case because he's a grandstanding? Does it amount to forum shopping? Is it allowed? What happens next?
Let's be clear, Abhishek. I think it's for the first time we are seeing an accused, a complainant in the excise policy case, take this dramatic escalation and try and say, I will not appear before Justice Swarnakanta Sharma. First, he did this particular thing of this big tamasha of having this recusal and trying and appearing in person. Today, more shocking, he says, neither I nor my lawyer is going to appear before Justice Sharma. She's a very respected judge in the Delhi High Court. More importantly, it is her court that is designated to hear matters of MPs. It's the special MP-MLA court. How can he actually dare to write a letter? This is just politics for him. But this is the judiciary. This is clearly Kejriwal versus the Delhi High Court, because she came out and in such beautiful words, she said that I am not going to fall for the agenda. My institutional integrity cannot be compromised. Trying to say that her children work with the Solicitor General and therefore she should not be a part of the bench because it's going to be partial is blasphemous. Then trying to say that I will not get any relief because she has attended some functions of the RSS's legal, according to him, wing is again blasphemous. She was the Chief Justice. She said I'm allowed to go where I go. The litigant cannot create doubt and individual apprehensions. I'm speaking from this letter that today has been written by Kejriwal and put on his social media platform, where he says, I am not going to appear, neither is my lawyer. We will not achieve anything meaningful. Then he talks about Satyagraha. He questions whether he can receive justice. But remember, Abhishek, the Delhi High Court drew a firm line. You and I saw how on last Monday, Justice Sharma's order came out. She spoke clearly and in a language of Hindi also, which could be understood by all the people watching this virtually as well. She said the judicial integrity cannot be put to trial by litigants like Kejriwal. Recusing would have been easier for her. But justice is not about surrendering to pressure. This is a direct challenge to the judiciary in such important matters. It raises serious concerns about institutional integrity. He's going the same way that we saw several people speak up against Chief Justices of the Supreme Court and trying to get something out of it. But I think this is shameful conduct, because when it comes to the judiciary that is hearing the matter, several options are there for him. He can go to the Supreme Court. He could have simply gone and tried to challenge the CBI's plea instead of doing all this tamasha. For politicians, it's tamasha, but trying to play and besmirch with the reputation of the judiciary is a fallout that India cannot let happen, Abhishek.
Then in that case, short answer, does it amount to contempt of court?
contempt of court, because I'm sure Justice Sharma, being more dignified and being a judge of the High Court and having had 30 years in this experience, is not going to stoop to that level. Definitely, if you ask me, I believe it should not happen. I believe there should be some, issues with it. But he's trying to play this cleverly. Abhishek, if the judiciary just does try and do something, then he's going to try and say, I am the poor victim whom the judiciary has done anything about and done something about. So they're going to be quiet about it. They're going to let it pass. But let it be known, this kind of behavior is deprecable, because you're putting this forward before an international forum. Also internationally, people are viewing this, and the judiciary's power, the judiciary's independence should not be played with in this manner.
Right. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for that lowdown on Kejriwal versus Justice Swarnakanta Sharma. Kejriwal really doubling down, despite the fact that he was allowed to appear in person and make his case. Whether this is going to translate into contempt of court, we'll see. But for now, we're slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Prime Minister sends an audio message to the people of Bengal on the last day of campaign for Phase 2 and writes a letter as well.
Tonight at 7:30 p.m. in our super prime time, we get you all the details of what is at stake in the second and the final phase of elections in West Bengal when Bhadralok goes to vote. Now 142 seats are up for grabs. This as campaigning reaches its climax. Catch all that and more with me, Shita Mitra, at 7:30 p.m. tonight.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets.
Today at 6 p.m. on the Verdict 2026 with me, Gesu Bharadwaj, we break down the BJP's final push for West Bengal with the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and UP's Chief Minister making the BJP's case before the state heads to second phase. Not just that, the Election Commission has also increased CAPF deployment across the state to curb violence. This and a lot more on the Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Verdict 2026. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And right from what's unfolding in Bengal with the BJP going forward, putting its foot down for the final pitch as the state heads into its second phase, to ECI cracking down and additional deployments in West Bengal to curtail the violence in the state. We're getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. The campaigning for the final phase of Bengal polls has come to an end. Silence period has begun and the voting will begin at 7 a.m. on Wednesday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi penned an open letter to the people of Bengal. Prime Minister addresses a massive rally in Barrackpur, slams the TMC for developing crude bomb factories instead of helping industries flourish in West Bengal.
जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic during a roadshow in Kolkata, Home Minister Amit Shah says this time it's going to be a goodbye for TMC.
तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए।
While speaking at a roadshow in Kolkata, Home Minister urged the people of Bengal to go out and vote fearlessly in the second phase on the 29th of April. Massive security crackdown in West Bengal as the state inches closer to the final phase of voting. 3,000 crude bombs recovered and 1,500 goons arrested. Viewers, now the fever pitch high campaigning is over. The candidates and the parties have completed appealing to the people of Bengal. Only voting will now make the difference. But before the voting on the 29th, concerns about security measures run high even now. There have been instances of violence even during the first phase, particularly coming in from Murshidabad. But in the second phase, tensions are higher as voting is set to occur in many TMC strongholds. The Election Commission said that after the poll violence, a total of 1,095 people have been arrested since yesterday noon till today morning in intensified operations across West Bengal. Now with these, the total arrests in the last 36 hours stand over 1,500. Meanwhile, the other angle is about crude bombs. Nearly 3,000 crude bombs have reportedly been recovered from different locations, raising fears of further unrest during polling. Viewers, now in a parallel development, a public interest litigation has been filed in the Calcutta High Court seeking the court's intervention over the law and order situation that's unfolding. The petition has been moved by Advocate Subir Sanyal, who has also requested for an urgent hearing, and the court is presently hearing the matter and it's ongoing. Viewers, now in West Bengal, the Election Commission has rolled out additional security measures. But also, let's quickly listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his audio message for the people of West Bengal, even as campaigning has now ended in the state that goes to its final voting pitch on the 29th of April.
जिस बैरकपुर में बाहर से लोग काम के लिए आते थे, आज स्थिति ये है वहां से लोग पलायन के लिए मजबूर है। जहां कभी मिलों, फैक्ट्रियां और कारखानों से मशीनों की आवाजें आती थी, वहां अब बमबाजी और गोलियों की गूंज रहती है। साथियों, इस क्षेत्र की पूरी औद्योगिक बेल्ट बेहाल होती जा रही है। ऑकलैंड जूट मिल के साथ क्या हुआ, ये आप सभी ने देखा है। शाम को श्रमिक काम से आए, थके हारे सो गए, सुबह फिर काम पर गए तो देखा गेट पर ताला लग चुका था। ऐसी खबरें आज बैरकपुर का बंगाल का दुर्भाग्य बन चुकी है। यहां जूट मिले, पेपर मिले, कपड़ा उद्योग, एक के बाद एक ये सब बंद हो रहे हैं। बीते कुछ महीनों में ही बैरकपुर इंडस्ट्रियल बेल्ट में करीब 1 दर्जन जूट मिलें बंद हो चुकी है।
भाइयों बहनों, 29 तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए। दिल्ली के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए। चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई और आज मैं बोलकर जाता हूं, चुनाव के बाद भाजपा सरकार आनी है, फिर भी 60 दिन तक ये सीआरपीएफ यही रहने वाली है।
Viewers, now in West Bengal, the Election Commission has rolled out unprecedented security measures for the second phase of the assembly polls. Apart from using drones fitted with cameras, for the first time ever in any election, a total of over 2,300 companies of the CAPF have been deployed across the state, supported by at least 142 general observers, 95 police observers and 100 expenditure observers. Kolkata will see the highest deployment with 273 companies under its police jurisdiction. In fact, we're also trying to take you through some numbers. Now, the EC has ensured a seamless coordination amongst all agencies that are involved. The agencies that we also spoke about right now, including the Central Armed Police Forces, the Bengal Police as well, and other forces that have been put in West Bengal, including drone units that will digitally carry out surveillance across Bengal. Now, not just that, EC is also doing other things in West Bengal to make sure that phase 2 of polling goes as planned. Unprecedented security measures have been put in place, like we spoke about. Not just that, cameras that are fitted inside drones. This is the first time in any election across India that this move is being carried out. Over 2,300 companies of the CAPF have already been sent to West Bengal. This comes over the state's notorious reputation, which is its infamous reputation of poll violence. Now, 142 general observers, 95 police observers are also a part of the team that's been deployed, including 100 expenditure observers as well. Everybody on ground with just one aim, that polling must be carried forward peacefully and how it should happen. Now, Kolkata will see the highest deployment. We're talking about over 273 CAPF companies that will be deployed, CRPF companies, pardon me, that will be deployed in the capital of Kolkata to keep the violence under control. That's exactly what the ECI has been planning. Now, remember, everything that we spoke about right now is a fresh upheaval in phase 1 of this polling that surpassed all records with over 93% voter turnout. In fact, even then, 2,500 plus CAPF companies were put in Bengal, and now additional security measures are being carried out to make sure that violence remains at the least possible level. Viewers, now on the final day of campaigning, Republic joined multiple leaders who were engaged in conveying their message to the voters. Union Home Minister Amit Shah held multiple massive roadshows. Opposition leader Suvendu Adhikari also pushed forward with his outreach in his constituency, and even BJP leader Arjun Singh spoke exclusively with Republic. Let's take a look at what these leaders have said in their interaction with Republic. My colleagues that remain on ground to get you all details of what's unfolding in Bengal elections. Listen in.
कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
लोगों के सर मुंह में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे, तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है, कैसे देख रहे हैं? कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
वायलेंस होगा दूसरे चरण में, अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस होगा।
इतनी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस अभी डिप्लॉयड है उससे काम चल जाएगा?
मुझे मालूम नहीं है, सिक्योरिटी 1000 रखी है, डंडा नहीं चलाएगा तो क्या होगा? डंडा तो चलाना होगा मैडम। आप सिक्योरिटी 1000 खड़ा करिए, इनको बंदूक दे दीजिए, और बंदूक नहीं, उसमें गोली नहीं रहेगा, डंडा चलाने के ऑर्डर नहीं रहेंगे तो क्या करेंगे? 1000 आदमी क्या कर लेगा? एक आदमी बम मारेगा, 1000 को भागना पड़ेगा। तो मतलब वो है कि आप ऑर्डर दीजिए, 5 आदमी काफी, 1000 थोड़ा लगता है।
3000 क्रूड बम बरामद हुए हैं, आपको लगता है कि इससे ज्यादा हो सकता है?
मैडम बहुत ज्यादा है उपस्थिति। अगर आप पुलिस को क्लियर हाथ छोड़िएगा नहीं, अगर उसको बांध के रखिएगा तो पुलिस वाले ही क्या करेंगे?
कई जगहों पे तो आप लोग खुद कह रहे हैं कि लोकल पुलिस की ही
कुछ है। पुलिस, बंगाल सरकार तो पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है, बंगाल सरकार पुलिस के बल पर ही चलती है।
दूसरा चरण पहले चरण की तरह कम वायलेंस में होगा या आपको अभी भी संशय है?
वायलेंस बहुत बढ़ेगा। अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन टाइट नहीं हुआ तो वायलेंस, अपराधियों को जेल में डाल दे, 99% शांति हो जाए।
4 अरेस्टिंग काफी है, काफी सारे लोग हैं जो
कुछ नहीं, 21-22 उस केस के आसामी है, 4 अरेस्ट से क्या होगा?
टीएमसी कैंडिडेट सोमेन आज शाम ने बोला कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल के देख लीजिए, अर्जुन सिंह खुद आते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग फायरिंग करते हैं, उन्हीं के लोग हिंसा करते हैं।
फायरिंग, अगर मेरे लोग फायरिंग करेंगे तो अपने लोग पर क्यों करेंगे, उस पर क्यों नहीं करेंगे?
Viewers, in fact, the campaigning has now ended, but after that ended, the Prime Minister released an audio note and even penned an open letter to the people of Bengal, speaking directly to the voters. Prime Minister Modi stressed on the golden opportunity that lay before the people of Bengal to hoist the flag of BJP's victory in the festival of democracy. He further expressed confidence that on the 29th of April, Bengal will set a new record in voting and that the BJP will come in with full mandate. Listen in.
बंगाल के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। लोकतंत्र का हर महोत्सव बहुत पवित्र होता है। मुझे भी बंगाल के इस उत्सव में हिस्सा लेने का अवसर मिला है। बीते दिनों मुझे आप सभी के सामने बंगाल के विकास को लेकर, बंगाल के उज्जवल भविष्य को लेकर, बंगाल की युवा पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लेकर बीजेपी का जो रोड मैप है, उस रोड मैप को रेखांकित करने का, आप सब के सामने प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर मिला। आज शाम 5 बजे चुनाव प्रचार खत्म हो रहा है। इस चुनाव की मेरी आखिरी रैली भी अभी अभी हो चुकी है। मैं अब इस पत्र के माध्यम से बंगाल के अपने हर परिवारजन को आभार तो व्यक्त करना ही चाहता ही हूं, लेकिन अपनी भावनाएं भी व्यक्त कर रहा हूं। साथियों, इस चुनाव के दौरान मैंने बंगाल में एक अलग ही ऊर्जा की अनुभूति की है। इतनी गर्मी के बावजूद, इतनी रैलियों के बाद भी मुझे बंगाल के इस चुनाव अभियान में जरा भी थकान महसूस नहीं हुई। ये रैलियां, ये रोड शो मैं अनुभव करता था जैसे मेरी एक तीर्थ यात्रा हो रही है। बंगाल का हर नागरिक, हर परिवार एक ही संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, और वो संकल्प है अब परिवर्तन करके ही रहना है। परिवर्तन ये जन जन का संकल्प बन गया है। सामान्य मानवी कह रहा है भय बहुत हुआ।
Viewers, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the BJP's campaign in Bengal by addressing a crowd in Barrackpore earlier today. Now, in his last speech ahead of the silence period, the Prime Minister made 5 promises to the youth of Bengal. He also confidently stated that he will return to the state for oath-taking ceremony of the new BJP Chief Minister. Let's take a look at this report to see the Prime Minister's final few moments in Bengal before he headed to Sikkim and closed the campaigning in the state.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi marked his final campaign in West Bengal ahead of the silence period with a roadshow and an address to the people of Barrackpore. In the final address ahead of the election, the Prime Minister expressed strong confidence, saying he will return to Bengal for the oath-taking ceremony of the next Chief Minister, who will be from the BJP.
इस चुनाव में वैसे ये मेरी आखिरी सभा है और बंगाल में जहां जहां गया हूं, बंगाल के लोगों का जो मैंने मिजाज देखा है, मैं इस विश्वास के साथ वापस जा रहा हूं कि 4 मई के नतीजों के बाद बीजेपी के शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में मुझे आना ही है।
The Prime Minister outlined 5 key guarantees for Bengal's youth, focusing on jobs, rural employment and support for street vendors. Modi stressed on women's safety and infrastructure growth, pitching the double-engine government as a driver of development.
TMC ने इस महान राज्य को बेटियों के लिए असुरक्षित बना दिया है। आप जब वोट देने जाएं तो उन गुंडों, उन मस्तानों के चेहरे याद करना जो टीएमसी के नाम पर अत्याचार करते रहे हैं। आप कमल छाप पर वोट दीजिएगा ताकि कानून व्यवस्था ऐसी अच्छी बने कि बेटियां बिना चिंता के भी रात में बाहर निकल सके।
He also targeted the TMC, alleging that the ruling party lacks a clear roadmap for Bengal's progress. He added that the TMC has completely ignored the Ma Mati Manush, the pitch that secured Mamta her position as CM.
बंगाल के लोगों को धमकियां दी, गुंडागर्दी की भाषा में उनसे बात की, लेकिन किसी भी टीएमसी के नेता ने इतना बड़ा चुनाव चल रहा है, लेकिन अपना 15 साल के काम का रिपोर्ट कार्ड एक बार भी नहीं बताया। साथियों, जो अपने काम का रिपोर्ट नहीं बता सकते, क्या उनको मौका देना चाहिए? क्या ऐसे लोगों को मौका देना चाहिए? क्या जब कुछ किया ही नहीं तो बर्बादी करने के लिए मौका देंगे क्या?
After the address, the Prime Minister took out a roadshow. He leaned out from his vehicle, waving to the people who had gathered. Campaigning is over and the silence period has begun. Only voting will make the difference now. The BJP hopes that the people of Bengal are feeling a strong pull from the winds of change. The exit polls will begin on the evening of voting on the 29th, and Republic conducts the poll of polls, the biggest exit poll. Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami live after 5 p.m. on Wednesday to talk about 5 critical states with 5 exit polls covered.
Viewers, now in a light-hearted moment, BJP MP from South Bangalore, Tejasvi Surya, who was also in Bengal campaigning for the party, met with Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath during the trail. Taking to social media, Tejasvi shared a short clip of Yogi's message, titling the video, "From the land of Swami Vivekanand, Yogi Adityanath ji is delivering a powerful message to the youth of West Bengal." Take a listen.
योगी जी, ये टीएमसी के कुशासन से सबसे ज्यादा त्रस्त प्रदेश के वेस्ट बंगाल के युवा हैं। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं उनके लिए एक मैसेज दीजिए।
जिस टीएमसी ने यहाँ के युवाओं के सामने पहचान का संकट खड़ा किया है, अपने टेरर से, अपने माफिया राज से, अपने करप्शन से, यह सबसे अच्छा उपयुक्त समय है कि उस टीएमसी को पहचान का मोहताज बना दे। और बंगाल के युवाओं का मेरा आह्वान होगा कि भारत की विरासत और भारत को प्रेरणा देने वाली बंगाल के पावन धरा आज टीएमसी के कुशासन से, इसके गुंडा राज से मुक्त होने का उत्तम अवसर है। यहाँ का युवा जुड़े और बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार लाएं, टीएमसी के कुशासन से मुक्ति पाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
To Moscow, Iran blames US. What's at stake? Big story, high impact, global consequences on our global at 6:30 p.m. today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you what it takes to make Bengal polls violence-free. We get inside the war room of the CRPF in Bengal. Not just this, the other big story coming in from Pakistan, the targeted killings that have taken place, and what does it essentially mean for India.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach
Good evening, welcome to our Global. We're going to get you in the latest edition of our Global. We bring you all the updates from across the world. I'm also looking at the stories that we're tracking at this hour. After talks in Islamabad fail, we're going to get you more details on what has happened. Arakchi has now moved to Moscow, trying to see what needs to be done. We're also seeing US and Iran blaming the US for this crisis. While in Moscow, he said the talks did not work out because of US demands. Another story we're tracking, the truce, the promise of ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon also seems to be failing as the Israel strike continues on southern Lebanon. Lined up next, we're going to tell you that approaching prime ministerial elections in Israel, where two former prime ministers have united against Netanyahu. And viewers, we're going to get and end this bulletin with updates from Pakistan, where we're seeing unexplained targeted killings of Lashkar terrorists that continue. Let's take a look now at our top headlines. After talks in Islamabad, Arakchi visits Moscow, says mediation failed due to excessive demands by US. Hezbollah rejects ceasefire talks between Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem vows to confront Israel. Russian Defense Minister meets Kim Jong in North Korean capital, also awards North Korean soldiers. There are targeted killings of Lashkar terrorists continuing in Pakistan. Hafiz Saeed's right hand Yusuf Afridi shot dead. And tornadoes in America's northern Texas leave 2 dead and many injured. And there's breaking news coming in. This time we begin with Pakistan, that's carried out strikes in Afghanistan. Pakistan has conducted air strikes in Asadabad area of Kunar province of Afghanistan. That's the big breaking news that's coming in. Pakistan has launched strikes. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Gursimran giving us that detail. Pakistan, Gursimran, launches aerial drone strikes on an Afghan university. What details are you picking up?
Pakistan carried out airstrikes on Afghanistan tours using not the Pakistani fighter jets but also the drones. The targets were not only the Asadabad but also Sayyid Jamaluddin Afghani University campus in Kunar. That has also been targeted. What we are getting to know that there have been close to 50 injuries and 3 people have lost their life in these strikes that have been carried out by Pakistan. Ministry of Defense of the Afghan Defense Forces has said that they retain the right to retaliate and they will be retaliating at the time and place of their own choice. So a very clear message that has come from the Afghanistan also, that they are going to give it back to the Pakistan, because the situation has escalated late last night when Pakistan opened the mortar shelling and the firing at the civilian areas in the Spin Boldak along the Duran line, after which Afghan retaliated, and Afghan MOD claims that 6 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in their retaliatory strikes that they have carried out late last night. This all comes after the tap on the back that Asim Munir and Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif have got from the US President. Now they are trying to actually strengthen their position and carrying out the strikes on the so-called locations of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. But what it turns out to be on the ground, that the civilian areas are being targeted. If the TTP was to be targeted, it might be some outskirts that were to be targeted. But this time Pakistan has targeted the hub of the education, that is the Sayyid Jamaluddin Afghani University in Kunar, that has been targeted. And the visuals that have surfaced clearly shows that it was a deliberate target. It was not some mistaken target that the Pakistan had taken, but it was a deliberate target to target an educational institute. Earlier also we have seen that the drug de-addiction center in Kabul was attacked in the Pakistani airstrikes, in which over 400 people lost their life. So Pakistan is now deliberately targeting the civilians, but MOD of Afghanistan has made it amply clear that they reserve the right to retaliate, and they will be doing the same at the time of their choice and the location of their choice.
Simran, stay with us. Viewers, there's more breaking news coming in. Another close associate of terrorist Hafiz Saeed has been killed in Pakistan in a mysterious shooting attack. The killing comes days after another senior Lashkar figure was targeted, raising questions over a possible internal purge or power struggle.
In a shooting attack by unknown assailants, Sheikh Yusuf Afridi, a close associate of terrorist Hafiz Saeed, was killed in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The attackers on bike reportedly came close, opened fire at point-blank range and vanished almost instantly into the chaos of the region. Afridi had no chance to escape. The right-hand man of Hafiz Saeed, Sheikh Yusuf Afridi, controlled Lashkar in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and was instrumental in radicalizing youth in the name of Islam.
چې پاکستان په خاوره د علماو کوم قتل عام روان دي او سوجاهي دي بیګامي والیم شهید کړی شوی دی الله پاک دې شهادت مرتبه ورکړي والله دې قبول کړي زه حیران دایمه چې زه د دې عالم خو د سیاست سره څه تعلق نه سیاسي مولا موږ اوس موجوده سیاست یې کاوه چې پیسې راغلي دا خو دین بیانې سوچ دین بیانې په اړه مخدیس بیا یې ولې وجنه دا نه معلوم څوک دی دا څوک معلوم دی چرته د عالم قاتلان گرفتار نشو او دا سلسله جاری ده بس ما ویډیو کړی بل ویډیو کړی ناتونه مضمونه او شیرونه دا قصه به ختمېږي د دې تاسو څوک کوي.
Not an isolated incident, this has added to a series of unexplained killings of Lashkar figures lately in Pakistan. Just last week, the co-founder of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Amir Hamza, was shot outside a TV station in Lahore by two unknown gunmen. Hamza remains critically injured, but the back-to-back unexplained attacks on top Lashkar leadership has exposed the possible internal feud within Pakistan's terror infrastructure.
Let me also go across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, after this entire second very close person of his side has been killed, what is the details we are picking up? Is this some sort of an internal purge or this is some rivalry? What's happening there?
See, in the past also we have seen similar killings taking place and there have been internal rivalry between the terror groups that has surfaced. It is the battle of supremacy before the ISI that has also led to these kind of killings, and also the non-usable assets, the so-called previous assets that are no more useful to ISI, they are also being wiped out. That is also a harsh reality of this game of terror that ISI operates in Pakistan. So reason might be anyone or the unknown gunman that has been known for its executions of the top terror commanders in Pakistan. That might be the reason. But this is a major blow not only for Lashkar-e-Taiba but for the entire terror industry that is being operated from Pakistan, because this man Afridi, Yusuf Afridi, was not only the one who was radicalizing the youth, he was targeting the youth from the downtrodden families, he was targeting them, then radicalizing them on the name of the deen and then pushing them into the terror ranks. So he was actually manufacturing the base of the terror industry, that how to radicalize youth and make them so radical so that they are ready to join the terror ranks. Then they are trained at the various terror launch pads and the terror training camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and then sent to Jammu and Kashmir and different parts of the country in India to carry out terror attacks. So this was the entire modus operandi, and for his closeness to Hafiz Saeed, so was the reason, because he was actually giving them the radicalized youth who can carry out the attack at their directions on the name of religion. He has been doing so, but yesterday we are told that it was in the Chanda Bazaar area of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa when he was traveling in his four-vehicle. Some of the assailants on a bike came. They opened the fire and shot him dead. There are no whereabouts about the killers of this person. What has happened, it continues to be a mystery, but a big man for Lashkar has been neutralized in this operation that has been carried out by the unknown men.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, for giving us those details. And we're also moving on to the other top focus now. Thank you for that, viewers. Now, let's tell you, after mediation talks failure with US, Iranian foreign minister is now in the Russian capital. Iran has directly blamed the United States, accusing Washington of making excessive demands that derailed negotiations in Pakistan. Even as mediation efforts were underway, the gap that was there between the two sides appears to have widened over the terms, the conditions and control of the Strait of Hormuz. With tensions rising again and the ceasefire hanging by a thread, what exactly caused the breakdown? Take a closer look.
The fragile US-Iran peace process has hit a wall, and Iran has spelled it out exactly why. Speaking after arriving in Russia, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi squarely blamed Washington. His charge, excessive demands from the United States. According to Tehran, negotiations in Pakistan were making progress but ultimately failed because US expectation went beyond acceptable limits. This comes even as the US, led by Donald Trump, took a tough line, cancelling a planned delegation visit after expressing dissatisfaction with Iran's position. So what are these excessive demands? While specifics remain unclear, the fault lines are clearly visible. At the center of the dispute are the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's right to enrich uranium. Iran insists that safe passage through Hormuz is a global issue, but also a matter of sovereignty and control. The United States, meanwhile, continues its naval blockade around Iranian ports. For Tehran, this is a violation of trust, and for Washington, it is a leverage. And that fundamental difference has stalled diplomacy. The breakdown also comes at a sensitive time. A fragile ceasefire is still in place, but under heavy strain. No second round of talks has been confirmed, and both sides appear to hardening positions rather than finding common ground. Even as back-channel efforts continue with Russia now entering the conversation, there is no immediate roadmap to revive negotiations.
Moving to another war front, the Israel-Lebanon ceasefire remains under severe strain, with fresh Israeli strikes reported in southern Lebanon even after the truce was extended. As diplomacy continues, questions are now being raised over whether the ceasefire exists only on paper.
نقف جميعا أمام مرحلة جديدة، هي مرحلة الانتقال من العمل على وقف إطلاق النار إلى العمل على اتفاقات دائمة تحفظ حقوق شعبنا ووحدة أرضنا وسيادة وطننا. أقول لكم بكل صراحة وثقة، هذه المفاوضات ليست ضعفا وليست تراجعا وليست تنازلا، بل هي قرار نابع من قوة إيماننا بحقنا.
The Israeli army released a video showing what it claimed was the destruction of infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. In the video, destroyed houses with large plumes of smoke rising can be seen. A truce in Lebanon, agreed 2 weeks ago, has largely held outside of the border area where fighting still continues. But these attacks even come after Netanyahu claimed that he is committed in achieving a historic peace between Israel and Lebanon.
הבטחתי לכם שנשנה את פני המזרח התיכון, וזה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים. קודם כל באיראן. הייתה לי שיחה מצוינת עם הנשיא טראמפ. הוא לוחץ את איראן חזק מאוד, גם כלכלית וגם צבאית. ואנחנו פועלים בשיתוף פעולה מלא. כך גם בלבנון. אנחנו התחלנו תהליך להשיג שלום היסטורי בין ישראל ללבנון. וברור לנו שחיזבאללה מנסים לחבל בזה. אנחנו שומרים על חופש פעולה מלא. נגד כל איום, גם איומים מתהווים. תקפנו אתמול, תקפנו היום. אנחנו נחושים להחזיר את הביטחון לתושבי הצפון.
Hezbollah, which is not an official party to this truce, is demanding that Lebanon withdraws. US President Donald Trump announced a 3-week extension of the truce on Thursday after a meeting between Israeli and Lebanese officials at the White House.
They like each other. I found that out today, and I've sort of heard about that. They actually like each other, Lebanon and Israel. And we had a great meeting with the very high officials of Lebanon and very high officials of Israel, and we think that the President of Lebanon and the Prime Minister of Israel over the next couple of weeks will be coming here. They've agreed to an additional 3 weeks of, no firing, ceasefire, no more firing. Let's see. We hope that happens. It's not going to happen between them, but they do have Hezbollah to think about.
But this dichotomy puts a huge question mark on the legitimacy of the ceasefire, especially after the first talks with Iran and Pakistan fell face first. Now, with such a fragile ceasefire and Israel not holding back the punches, the war continues with no clear end yet in sight.
It's a major political challenge that is now emerging for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Two former prime ministers have joined forces ahead of national elections in a bid to unseat him and reshape Israeli politics.
Two Israeli political heavyweights said that they would join forces in upcoming elections in a shared effort to unseat longtime Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
אני שולח תנחומים למשפחתו של לוחם צה"ל, סמל עידן. אנחנו בתקופה גורלית. רגעים גורליים דורשים צעדים נועזים, וזה מה שאנחנו עושים הערב. אני שמח לבשר לכם שאני עושה הערב יחד עם חברי יאיר לפיד את המעשה הכי ציוני והכי פטריוטי שעשינו אי פעם למען המדינה שלנו.
Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid served as prime ministers in a rotation agreement as part of a coalition government they formed in 2021. Israel will be holding prime ministerial elections in October 2026, with Netanyahu facing the test after waging a war on Gaza, Lebanon, as well as Iran. And while Netanyahu plans to return back to power, the two former prime ministers are merging their parties into one single faction against him.
שאצלו טובת המדינה באמת מעל הכל. אנחנו מגיעים עם תוכניות עבודה שכבר מוכנות כדי לא לבזבז אף רגע. זה צעד גדול הערב לתיקון המדינה, אבל ממש לא הצעד האחרון. אתם עוד מהלכים ועוד הפתעות שישנו את פני המדינה. ביום הראשון לממשלה החדשה בראשותי, נקים ועדת חקירה ממלכתית.
The leaders also urged that Israel needs a union.
מה שאתם רואים פה היום הוא הצעד הראשון. אנחנו פה מפני שהמדינה הזו זקוקה לאיחוד כאוויר לנשימה. אנחנו עומדים פה יחד בשביל כל מי שמאמין בדמוקרטיה, מאמין ביסוד היהודי העמוק של המדינה, מאמין בערכי הציונות ובזכותנו על הארץ הזו.
Yair lauded his partner Naftali, stating he was an excellent prime minister.
כדי לנצח בבחירות, המרכז הישראלי כולו צריך להתייצב מאחורי נפתלי בנט. בנט הוא איש ימין מובהק, אבל הוא ימין ליברלי, הגון, שומר חוק, שלא מכר את ערכיו לא לסחטנות חרדית ולא לשחיתות. הוא היה ראש ממשלה מצוין, הוא יהיה ראש ממשלה מצוין.
With two former strong prime ministers of Israel determined to overthrow Netanyahu, will Netanyahu maintain his position as a prime minister? Only time will tell.
It's not just Israel, Lebanon and Iran being stuck, but a West African country, Mali, that has plunged deeper into crisis after its defense minister was killed in a coordinated terror assault. Multiple cities were targeted, several people were injured, and authorities are now battling one of the gravest security emergencies in recent years.
Mali's Defense Minister Sadio Kamara was killed in a targeted attack at his residence in Kati. The assassination comes amid a wave of coordinated strikes across the country, including in the capital Bamako.
A le profond regret de porter à la connaissance de l'opinion le décès tragique du général de corps d'armée Sadio Kamara, ministre d'État, ministre de la Défense et des anciens combattants. En effet, suite aux incidents terroristes lâches ayant eu lieu dans la matinée du 25 avril 2026.
Gunfire and explosions were reported near Bamako's international airport and the Kati military base. The attacks have been claimed by the Al-Qaeda affiliate JNIM, with separatist factions confirming a joint operation. At least 16 people have been injured, including civilians and soldiers, as security forces engage terrorists across multiple fronts.
Un véhicule piégé, conduit par un kamikaze, a visé la résidence du dit ministre qui a engagé des échanges avec des assaillants dont il a réussi à éliminer certains. Au cours d'intenses affrontements, il a été blessé puis transporté à l'hôpital où il a malheureusement succombé.
Authorities have imposed a strict curfew in Bamako while residents have been urged to remain indoors amid ongoing operations. The United Nations and regional bloc ECOWAS have strongly condemned the attacks, calling for protection of civilians and urgent action. Analysts warn that the alliance between jihadist groups and separatists could further destabilize Mali, complicating already fragile counter-insurgency efforts. With the killing of a top defense official and coordinated attacks across the regions, Mali faces a deep security emergency with implications for the entire Sahel belt.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you what it takes to make Bengal polls violence-free. We get inside the war room of the CRPF in Bengal. Not just this, the other big story coming in from Pakistan, the targeted killings that have taken place, and what does it essentially mean for India.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with two special stories, starting with what it takes to protect Bengal. A political history that has been marred with violence, but this election has been a little different. However, this has become the biggest political talking point in the state of West Bengal. The reason being is the deployment of the CAPF. Home Minister Amit Shah says that every corner of Bengal has now been covered by the CAPF. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we tell you what it takes to protect Bengal during the elections. A special report coming in from inside the war room of the CRPF in the state of West Bengal. The other big story that we are going to put the spotlight on is the targeted killings that are taking place in Pakistan. In fact, unknown gunmen carrying out several attacks. And it turns out India haters have all been eliminated. So what's really happening? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you an exclusive report. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls. Election Commission orders probe by the National Investigation Agency. Prime Minister Modi writes an open letter and releases audio message for Bengal ahead of Phase 2 polls. Back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar terrorist Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. West Bengal's political history has been marred with violence, starting all the way from 1952 till about even the last elections. One thing has been common when it comes to polling in West Bengal, marred with large-scale violence. And then, of course, there is pre-poll and post-poll violence that has taken place. Now, just days before the crucial second phase of the voting on 29th of April, the political temperature is only rising. And so are the security concerns too. On the one hand, there's confidence within the BJP camp after a record-breaking voter turnout, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi even declaring that he will return for the oath-taking ceremony. But on the ground, the situation seems to be a little different. The story is far more unsettling. Thousands of crude bombs have also been recovered. In fact, this is from West Bengal, where explosive materials that have been seized from multiple locations in the state. In fact, that has basically led to the Election Commission ordering a probe that has been carried out first by the West Bengal police, and now the National Investigation Agency has also stepped in. But why it has become perhaps the biggest political talking point, the deployment of the CAPF. I want to first start with some numbers that will get you the perspective. West Bengal Assembly Elections 2026 are basically witnessing an unprecedented security build-up. Nearly 2.4 lakh central armed police forces personnel have been deployed for each phase of the polling, the highest ever for a single phase. In fact, the Election Commission, on your screens right now, starting from 2021 with about 725 companies of the CAPF, which has increased to about 3.4 lakh CAPF personnel in 2024, and 2.4 lakh CAPF personnel have been deployed as far as 2026 is concerned. It's the highest ever for the single phase of state elections. The Election Commission is leaving nothing to chance, with security remaining tight even after voting basically concludes. Around 200 CAPF companies will be stationed to guard strong rooms and ensure the safety of the EVMs, while an additional 500 CAPF companies will remain deployed across the state to maintain law and order in the sensitive post-poll period. Now, the scale of deployment basically highlights growing concerns over poll-related violence in Bengal. Earlier, during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections conducted in 7 phases, around 3.4 lakh CAPF personnel were basically deployed across the state. Now, going further back in the 2021 Assembly elections, around 725 CAPF companies were basically deployed across 8 phases. but 2026 has clearly surpassed all previous records, both in scale as well as intensity of these security arrangements. In fact, let's take a closer look at the pattern of electoral violence in Bengal over the years. Back in 2006, reports indicated that 5 to 6 people lost their lives in the poll-related clashes. By 2011, that number had risen significantly. Let's move to 2011, with 17 to 25 deaths that were reported during the election period. Now that's on your screens, images that had come in earlier in 2016 when 12 deaths were basically reported. Now let's move to the other. 12 people were killed and over hundreds others were injured in various incidents across the state, and that was back in 2021. And then in 2021, the situation once again drew national attention. 17 deaths were basically reported, along with thousands of complaints, including around 7,000 allegations of molestation linked to post-poll unrest. Now, these figures highlight a recurring concern: questions around safety, law and order, conduct of free and fair elections in the state. In fact, of course, there have been attacks and counterattacks from both sides, the Trinamool Congress as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, what we saw in the first phase of these elections, it was a drastic difference. In fact, the phase 1 of the Bengal violence witnessed few instances of violence across the state. Hours before voting began, crude bombs were basically hurled near Shivnagar Primary School. This was in Murshidabad's Nauda constituency, injuring a woman and sparking panic. The site's proximity to a polling booth and the presence of central forces basically raised security concerns. Trinamool Congress leaders accused CPM as well as AUJP-backed miscreants, while AUJP's Humayun Kabir basically denied involvement and also accused Trinamool Congress of intimidation. Now, not just that, scuffle broke out between Trinamool Congress and AUJP workers, as well as Humayun Kabir's convoy vehicle was also vandalized. BJP candidate Shubhendu Sarkar was allegedly beaten up by Trinamool Congress workers in Dakshin Dinajpur. In a video, Sarkar was seen chased by Trinamool Congress workers while cops were rescuing him. BJP leader Agnimitra Paul's car was also caught in sporadic violence in Asansol, where it was vandalized after a large boulder was hurled at him. Now, let's take a look at how things have essentially really worked and why there has been a political debate. Now, what exactly is this debate? This debate is about the presence of the CAPF. Sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has taken on the center, saying that when there was no deployment in Pahalgam, why is it that the Union Home Minister has actually deployed so many CAPF to begin with? They say that it is only to curb free electoral practices. Now, that's what the Trinamool Congress says. Why is it that the Election Commission has essentially felt the need to do this? They say, and their argument has been, is that if at all free and fair elections is to happen, that can only be possible if political violence subsides, people feel that they are secure and they would be able to come out of their homes and perhaps cast their vote. That is the purpose behind it. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we have a very special reporter coming in from Kolkata, where my colleague Harsha is currently joining me from. In fact, this is the war room of the CRPF. How exactly are they really conducting themselves in these difficult times, given the fact that there is an upscale? There is an upscale in terms of as far as deployment is concerned. Harsha, in fact, is in the war room. Harsha, it's a very special report that we're going to just play out right now for all our viewers. You are inside what I'm given to understand is the war room of the CRPF. Why don't you move around? Help us really understand why at all. Because if you simply go by the numbers, then perhaps one will essentially start to believe that why is there so much excessive deployment that has taken place? What's the need to do so? And because if you look at those images, it only makes it feel like you're inside a war zone right now. Is that the case? You are in Murshidabad. While you take us to the war room, tell us what's really happening. How exactly are they tackling the situation?
So Shivan, this is the integrated control center. There's also a war room. And yes, as you asked me, what was the need? There was a need, Shivan, because we have seen the violence in the year 2021. We have seen the violence in 2024. And there's a history of immense violence. And there's also a loss of trust factor in the paramilitary forces also amongst the citizens and among these, CRPF forces. There was never a coordination between state and the paramilitary as well. But this time what we see is the paramilitary forces and the kind of integrated center which has been made. If you see, there's a control center, entire control center which has been made. I'll ask my camera person to show you the visuals how this control center is equipped with almost 50 to 70 security personnel and officers. Shawan, these all are the officers who are connecting each and everything. They are working on the data. They are working on the helpline number, and more than 70 officers are right now working on it. There's something new integrated mechanism which they have planned this time in this war room. I have the Shalabh Mathur sir with me. I'll ask camera person Atanu to focus here. Shalabh sir, for all our viewers to understand, what is this SAFE app, the new system which you have integrated, and how this works? So if you can just move around and tell us how this exactly works.
As you can see, there are different polling locations which are being mapped here. We have the number of personals who are being posted there. If they want to create any kind of alert, we get the live location of these numbers and we respond to any situation in terms of the force augmentation. Any kind of force augmentation that is required in terms of QAT or any other response is required for that system, we are able to provide it. We tried it in the first phase. We got a lot of information, different kind of information which required a consolidated response, and we were able to provide it. So this time again in the phase 2, we will be doing it is done by the consolidated effort of all the CAPF. All the CAPF have consolidated this system and we have tried to incorporate this system here.
If you move around here, if you can tell us how the PS and how the commanding center and how these panic alerts the CRPF gets here in the SAFE app and how it is directly connected to each and every polling booth, because we see here there's a panic alert written on this app.
Any alert, it is not a panic alert per se, it is an alert kind of system. It is in alert in the sense that koi bhi alert we get in terms of any situation. We got different kind of alerts which may not require police response, but different kind of reference was required. So we have created a system in which the person has to register himself. We have got them registered. They just go on their mobile and press that alert system. In that alert system, we directly contact the person and we get the information, what kind of information he is sharing and what kind of information response is required to that system.
During the first phase, what alert did you all see here? How many was the number of alerts? And the more critical ones alert, did you all get the response on time? What was the response time?
We got lot of alerts. As I said, we got lot of alerts through this system. And in this system, we were able to respond to most of the situations. And on P-1 day only, we got lot of information through this system, which required, as I said, consolidated response. And we were able to respond to those situations. And many situations were avoided in the sense the emergency जो response था हमारा उसमें we augmented them with the necessary supplements that were required. Some required some administrative arrangements, some required some police arrangements. Everything was done.
Harsha, if you can ask him just one quick question also. Harsha, if you can just quickly ask him also about the number of complaints that he has actually received from the time the polling began or even before that, and what was the response time to each of these complaints that were coming in?
Here, all the 5 CAPF, ITBP, BSF, CRPF, SSB and CISF. So all the company commanders and all the units have a traditional system of wireless in which they intimate there, and in case we have to provide any immediate information or any direction, we use the system to directly transmit the information, because these are the system which works even in the communication shadow areas.
One more thing, Mr. Mathur, while going down and taking more visuals from and explanations from the war room, Shalabh sir, if you can explain us what was the response time and the violence timing. Like there was so many incidents which were reported recently from the Jagdal area, from the Habda area. The crude bombs were recovered. How CRPF gets info about it? What was the confidence building measures which you all take, what are the sources through which CRPF is immediately getting updates about this is a sensitive location, something sensitive is going to happen here? What's the timeline? How is it happening?
As directed by the Honorable Election Commission, ma'am, we came here well in advance, and our troops did lot of confidence building measures in different areas, and as the direction was there, we covered almost every street, nook and corner, and we have familiarized our troops with those areas, and we got lot of information from the common men also. So this is how our information system develops. On one hand, we have the social media system. We have integrated our control room with the CO control room. Our DFC, the district force coordinator, sits in the DO control room with the district control room. So every system is integrated so that no information is missed in which we have to make any kind of response.
Also, Mr. Mathur, you are the coordinator officer for the entire CAPF for the West Bengal election. In the phase 2, it is being seen as it is the most critical election and also the election which is very challenging as well. The second phase especially. How the troops have been deployed? Can we also have the more sensitive places and the numbers which we can speak about regarding the sensitivity of the location?
We have around 2,550 companies of CAPF deployed in the West Bengal elections. There is no booth which is not manned by CAPF. We have more than 6,000 QATs which will be, or the QRTs which will be on place. The sensitive booths have been augmented with additional forces. We have the system of sector mobile and the sector police which is done by the state police. We work in close tandem. All the QRTs work in close tandem. As you have seen the information system, the moment we get any input of any kind, the whole system responds to it. The troops are briefed by all the respective DGs at the ground level. The troops are very motivated. The troops are well prepared. They are doing extensive confidence building measure exercises as directed by the Honorable Election Commission of India. And through you, I would appeal to the public to exercise their right to vote. We have a robust system of security here, and we will respond to any situation. All the formation, all the senior formation to ground formations will be on ground very early on the polling day.
Atanu, if you can show the visuals. One last thing, Mathur sir, I would like to ask you, like as an example, how does it work? Like on a day of Murshidabad, when we saw the visuals of the Nauda and the different places where the violence took place, what was the response timing? And in this war room exactly, how you all got to know and the mobilization happened instantly? We spoke about Murshidabad when I was myself deployed there, how it all connected, and this control center, how it worked on that particular day.
The immediate response was there. We contacted our ground level functionaries there. We coordinated with the district administration, and whatever force mobilization was required at that point of time, since through this system we have the locations of the nearby troops, the QRTs that need to respond, the sector mobiles that need to respond. Everyone is briefed and directed how to reach the spot on the time and the minimum response time. They have been briefed, and as I said, we have a very robust system and we will be using it in phase 2. Thank you.
So, Shavan, this is Shalab Mathur explaining about the war room. But I'll ask my camera person Atanu to also show you how exactly the work happens here. More than 50 to 70 officers are here, and the clusters have been named here. This is very interesting how this war room has been set up. Atanu, if you can come here, and if we can focus on the clusters, that's how the officials are working. So there are the clusters written here: Cluster 6, Cluster 7, Cluster 6, the name of the district, and also, exactly how they get the information and the response time between the state police, which gets the tip first, and the alignment and coordination with the CRPF forces. Sir, अगर आप हमें बता सकें कि ये जो cluster है, इसके हिसाब से कैसे काम होगा?
मैम, क्लस्टर्स में एक जगह में डिटेल कर रखा है. अपना पोल बूथ में कौन कौन डिटेल है उसका हम जानकारी लेने के लिए हम लोग फोन कर रहे हैं मैम. और उधर का सिचुएशन नेक्स्ट है सिचुएशन हम पूछ रहे हैं सर.
तो सर आप लोग नोट डाउन करते रहते हैं जैसे से आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन पोलिंग बूथ से?
यस मैम, यस मैम.
कंपाइल करने के बाद
कंपाइल करने के बाद हम लोग डाटा इधर स्टोर करते हैं मैम. कोई भी समस्या होगा तो तुरंत हम इमीडिएटली उनको रिसॉल्व करेंगे.
तो यहीं से मोबिलाइजेशन किया जाता है फोर्सेस का जहां भी नियर बाय क्यूआरटी रहता है?
यस मैम, यस मैम. इधर आईजी साहब का अंडर में पूरा चल रहा है. कोई भी इधर अपना आईटीबीपी हो, टोटल सीएपीएफ का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वेस्ट बंगाल इलेक्शन में, तभी सब टोटल जानकारी इधर से चल रहा है.
Shravan, these are the clusters, and each and every person has been given the duty. Like this, we can see Kolkata, we see Bariyapur PD, and these are how the officials are working. They get the information from each and every polling booth regarding the sensitivity, if there's any untoward incident happening, and they immediately mobilize the CAPF forces deployed and the QRT which is deployed in each and every sector. Likewise, the sheet is entirely prepared about the information which the officers get here. So this is an integrated control center which has been made, Shravan, for the first time in West Bengal election. IG Shalabh Mathur himself is the coordinating officer for the entire CAPF companies which is deployed. So ITBP, BSF, CISF, CRPF, they all are working in close coordination here, and almost 70 to 80, approximately more than 70 officials and personnel together are here, and on the day of the polling, the number goes to almost 200 officers together in this one place. Safe app, which we showed you first, Shravan. I'll ask my camera person Atanu to also focus here. Their Safe app is the first kind of app which is directly connected to the polling booth. In fact, the commanders who are there in each and every polling booth, they have a panic button on their phone. If there's some situation which if any incident happens untoward, immediately the commandant there presses the panic button. Immediately the panic response comes, is noted here, and the forces are immediately mobilized. So this is how yes.
Harsha, could you just also give us a quick sense about the sensitive areas or the sensitive constituencies? Is there a marked change than what we saw previously, particularly in districts like Murshidabad, where you covered? What really happens for phase 2? Because, for instance, Diamond Harbour, again, can be considered to a certain extent a sensitive constituency. There are multiple assembly constituencies there. Is there any specific sort of deployment that has essentially been done, mapping the kind of violence that has taken place previously and anticipating that there could be more violence?
Shravan, I'll try and take that question with DIG as well, because the DIGs are also here. I'll have the camera person Atanu to move towards DIG, because there are sensitive location. Diamond Harbour is a sensitive location, and also Habra Hooghly is a sensitive location. We have DIG Ashish Bharti with us. Ashish sir, how the CRPF, CAPF is pinpointing the sensitive location, and how the forces decide that these are the sensitive location where the number of forces have to be more in number. In the second phase, how do you see what is the number of the sensitive locations?
See,
so Shravan, right now, as we see here, that the coordinating officer is only Shalabh Mathur, but as about the sensitivity of the area, about the sensitivity of the area, and about the zones, Diamond Harbour is a sensitive area. Almost in 142 constituency in this war room, what we have got the sense of, Shravan, almost 30 to 50 polling booths are extremely sensitive, which includes Nadia, Pur Bardhaman, it includes the Bhawanipur area, it includes the Howrah, Hooghly region, and also Naupada, Jagdal. There are the polling constituencies, assembly constituencies in the Barrackpur area, the Diamond Harbour being the most extremely sensitive, vulnerable areas. There already the commandants and the security personnel which have been deployed are huge in number. So that's the almost 50 to 60 is the number of the most sensitive polling booths in the second phase of the elections in West Bengal. Back to you.
I'll request you to stay on with us, because I want to quickly take our viewers through what really has happened in the last 24 hours and why there is a scare when it comes to the crude bombs that have been recovered. Election Commission, in fact, has ordered a crackdown in West Bengal after 79 bombs were recovered ahead of the phase 2 voting. Now, on Saturday, a team from North Kashipur police station raided an abandoned house. Police, in fact, said that this led to the recovery of 79 round-shaped objects tied with jute ropes looking like crude bombs and other incriminating materials. Now, during the operation, police also seized approximately 3.37 kilogram of gunpowder, 1.61 kilogram of sulfur, jute ropes, and 10 packets of roll caps with the assistance of the bomb disposal squad. Now, investigation is already underway, and the Election Commission has now ordered the National Investigation Agency to look into the matter. Well, all eyes would now be on phase 2 of the elections that are going to take place on 29th. In fact, whether at all, Trinamool Congress will be able to retain their stronghold and reverse what they believe were essentially a setback for them in the phase 1. That's what the BJP says, a big setback for the Trinamool Congress as far as phase 1 is concerned. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time with more exclusive stories.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला। रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Super Prime Time on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. And in next 30 minutes, we'll get you all the updates from what's happening in the election-bound states to why the US-Iran peace talks have failed. All the updates are lined up for you ahead, but first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of polls. Election Commission orders probe by National Investigative Agency. Prime Minister Modi writes open letter and releases audio message for Bengal ahead of crucial phase 2. Putin holds meeting with Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi to discuss a reopening of Hormuz amid stalled US-Iran ceasefire talks. And now viewers, our top focus as West Bengal heads into the more crucial final phase of polling. The political temperature has now peaked with an aggressive last push coming in from all the sides. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has wrapped up his high voltage campaign blitz, projecting confidence in a BJP victory and rolling out a set of promises targeting youth and women in the state. Now adding to the blitz, Home Minister Amit Shah also assured people to go and vote fearlessly as central forces have been deployed all across the state for the second phase. Here's a detailed report. Take a look. Prime Minister Narendra Modi marks his final campaign blitz in West Bengal ahead of the silence period. In his last address, Prime Minister expresses strong confidence, saying he will return to Bengal for the oath-taking ceremony.
मैं इस विश्वास के साथ वापस जा रहा हूं कि 4 मई के नतीजों के बाद बीजेपी के शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में मुझे आना ही है और इसलिए मेरा उत्साह और बढ़ जाता है.
Prime Minister outlines 5 key guarantees for Bengal's youth, focusing on jobs, rural employment and support for street vendors. Addressing a rally in Barakpur, Prime Minister Modi stresses on women's safety and infrastructure growth in the state, pitching the double-engine government as a driver of development.
मैं एक बार फिर सभी बहनों बेटियों से कह रहा हूं, टीएमसी ने आपके वोट का मान नहीं रखा है. टीएमसी ने इस महान राज्य को बेटियों के लिए असुरक्षित बना दिया है. आप जब वोट देने जाएं तो उन गुंडों, उन मस्तानों के चेहरे याद करना जो टीएमसी के नाम पर अत्याचार करते रहे हैं. आप कमल छाप पर वोट दीजिएगा ताकि कानून व्यवस्था ऐसी अच्छी बने कि बेटियां बिना चिंता के भी रात में बाहर निकल सके.
He also targeted the TMC, alleging that the ruling party lacks a clear roadmap for Bengal's progress.
साथियों, टीएमसी के पास बंगाल के भविष्य का भी रोड मैप नहीं है. भविष्य में बंगाल के लिए लोग क्या करेंगे, बंगाल को कहां ले जाएंगे, टीएमसी वाले ये भी नहीं बताते, क्योंकि इनके पास न विजन है और न ही कुछ करने की नीयत है.
But even as campaigning now reaches its climax, clashes erupted in Hooghly. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah has appealed people to go out and vote fearlessly as central forces have been deployed all across the state.
29 तारीख को बेखौफ होकर मत डालने चाहिए. ईडी के गुंडों की चिंता मत करिए. चुनाव आयोग ने चप्पे चप्पे पर सीआरपीएफ बिठाई.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Home Minister Amit Shah said hooliganism has reached its peak in Bengal and this time it is tata bye-bye for Mamata Didi.
ओके सर, वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे.
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं. लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने.
सर, इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है. टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है. इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे. तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला.
BJP candidate from Kogat, Prashant Digar, alleges attack during campaigning. Reports even suggest at least 15 BJP workers were injured in this attack.
Today, back-to-back two incidents happened. One on the Arnab MP Mitali Bagh. An attack did happen as she has alleged. And one side, the BJP candidate from Gaughat who was apparently attacked. 15 BJP workers attacked. They were injured. They were taken to the hospital.
Meanwhile, TMC leader Mitali Bagh also says that she has been attacked by BJP workers and her car was vandalized during election campaign. With the silence period now approaching, Bengal gears up for the final phase of polling. And with stakes higher than ever, all eyes are now on May 4th, when the verdict will decide the state's political future. And now, viewers, the Zoho founder Sridhar Vembu has sparked a fresh debate on migration, identity and national growth with a powerful letter addressed to Indians living in the United States. In a deeply personal appeal, Vembu has now urged the Indian diaspora to consider returning home, arguing that India's global respect will ultimately depend on its own technological strength and development. His remarks touching on job politics in America, rising anti-immigrant sentiment and India's export of talent have now triggered a wider conversation on brain drain versus nation building. Take a look at this report.
A fresh debate on Indians abroad, sparked by Zoho founder Sridhar Vembu. In an open letter, Vembu urges Indians in the US to consider returning home and contribute to India's growth. Reflecting on his own journey, he says that America gave opportunities, but gratitude alone cannot define the future. He points to a growing sentiment in the United States, where Indians are increasingly seen as taking away local jobs. Vembu argues that global respect for Indians depend not on diaspora success, but on India's own economic and technological strength. He highlights a key concern. India produces immense talent, but exports much of it abroad. According to him, technological prowess, not ideology, will determine a nation's global standing. Acknowledging the difficulty of returning, Vembu still makes a direct appeal, asking Indians to come back home. Calling it a mission, he says that Bharat Mata needs her people and their talent to shape the country's future.
And now we are shifting focus to international politics. Now the real reason behind the collapse of US-Iran peace talks is now out. Iran has directly blamed the United States, accusing Washington of making excessive demand that derailed negotiations in Pakistan. Now, even as mediation efforts are underway, the gap between the two sides appears to have widened over terms and conditions and the control over Strait of Hormuz. With tensions rising again and the ceasefire hanging just by a thread, what exactly caused the breakdown? Here's a closer look. Take a look at this report. The fragile US-Iran peace process has hit a wall, and Iran has spelled it out exactly why. Speaking after arriving in Russia, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi squarely blamed Washington. His charge: excessive demands from the United States. According to Tehran, negotiations in Pakistan were making progress but ultimately failed because US expectation went beyond acceptable limits. This comes even as the US, led by Donald Trump, took a tough line, cancelling a planned delegation visit after expressing dissatisfaction with Iran's position. So what are these excessive demands? While specifics remain unclear, the fault lines are clearly visible. At the center of the dispute are the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's right to enrich uranium. Iran insists that safe passage through Hormuz is a global issue, but also a matter of sovereignty and control. The United States, meanwhile, continues its naval blockade around Iranian ports. For Tehran, this is a violation of trust, and for Washington, it is a leverage. And that fundamental difference has stalled diplomacy. The breakdown also comes at a sensitive time. A fragile ceasefire is still in place, but under heavy strain. No second round of talks has been confirmed, and both sides appear to hardening positions rather than finding common ground. Even as back-channel efforts continue with Russia now entering the conversation, there is no immediate roadmap to revive negotiations. All right, viewers, from what's happening in the election-bound state of West Bengal to Iran-US peace talks. That's all we could pack in this edition of Super Prime Time. Thanks so much for watching. We'll meet you tomorrow at the same time with some fresh stories.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर टोली डिस्की फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है। तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें। जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Correct. The taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went
Trinamool in a tizzy on big turnout. Mamta increasingly on back foot. Bracing for a Bengal surprise. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker.
The biggest elections post-2024. Hindu consolidation to new players. Bigger national message and mandate. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Correct. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires,
Sridhar Vembu's appeal to Indian Americans. Bharat Mata needs your talent. Hellhole jibe sparks a movement. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Catch me on India's election headquarters, the Republic, on May 4th with Arnab in the studio.
Trinamool in a tizzy on big turnout. Mamta increasingly on back foot. Bracing for a Bengal surprise. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
Catch me live with Arnab Goswami on May 4th, 2026 at the Republic News headquarters, all day to discuss. See you there.
आज मुर्शिदाबाद में डेमोग्राफी का चेंज हुआ है, दिनाजपुर में हुआ है, मालदा में हुआ है। जब तक अपना घर में दिखाई नहीं देते हैं लोग, तब तक नहीं समझता है कि ये रियल है। पश्चिम बंगाल में वी आर डिस्कसिंग दिस इशू सिंस 2014। अभी मुझे लगता है कि लोगों का बीच में काफी जागरूकता आ चुका है।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, Sridhar Vembu of Soho says, this is the time. If Trump thinks that people from India are coming from a hellhole, this is a time to come back home. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, she's looking increasingly nervous, increasingly frightened, and terribly scared. Mamta Banerjee seems to be really scared of a Modi wave. And at 9 o'clock tonight, I will tell you why I think these election results on the 4th of May will be the most important election result since the general elections of 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, now that Donald Trump knows exactly what a hellhole America is, now that Donald Trump knows what exactly a hellhole America has become, now that Donald Trump has personally experienced over the last couple of days what a hellhole he has turned America into, we should look at what Sridhar Vembu of Zoho is saying. Sridhar Vembu has written an open letter, and he needs no introduction. He's a great person, a great techie. He has built a multi-billion-dollar valuation company from scratch. And not just that, he's done it by bootstrapping it, not by just opening up to all kinds of private equity. And this man, who lives a very simple life in Tenkasi, Tamil Nadu, with operations in Chennai and from there around the world, and it's challenging the biggest of companies, Microsoft, Salesforce. He's written a letter, an open letter to Indians in America saying, come back home, come back home. He says, I too went to America 37 years back, but I came back home. I came back home because though America was good, the fact is we must be there for America. And if there is a feeling in America, he writes, that the success of Indians is unfairly earned, these MAGA types, then he's saying that in this battle between what he calls the hard right and the woke left, Indians who have done well in America should not be bystanders to that conflict. He says very critically, he says very importantly, he says India produces enough brain power to achieve that prowess, but alas, we exported so much of that talent, particularly to America. And as we develop that prowess in India, our civilizational strength will assert itself. So he's drawn a clear link between reasserting India's civilizational heritage and the role of brain power towards doing it. If there was ever a clarion call, it was this very simple 6-paragraph clarion call. And he wraps up with an emotional appeal where he says, as difficult as it is for many of you to contemplate this, please come back home. Bharat Mata needs your talent. Respectfully, Sridhar Vembu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a choice tonight. We can either say, okay, these people are Americans, almost they're Americans, we've lost them. Or we can say that they can become Sridhar Vembus too. If this man can run a global corporation giving everyone a fight for their money from a village in Tamil Nadu, then imagine what 100 people with Sridhar Vembu's entrepreneurial zeal and drive, maybe much younger, can do if they were to come back home. So, Sridhar Vembu, we are totally with you. But I have a question tonight as well. And my question is, though those from India, who have studied in India, who owe a lot to India, who are in America, many of them may be naturalized Americans now, but who are just quiet, as the country of their origin is described as a hellhole, who believe today that by remaining quiet, they will probably become more prosperous for themselves, they'll do better, they'll earn more money, and they don't want to upset the apple cart. And my straight question is to Sundar Pichai. Sundar Pichai, if you're silent on Trump calling India a hellhole, then why is Google helping with India's sovereign AI ecosystem? This question will be asked to you, Sundar Pichai. If you're quiet, then I would like to ask you that why do you come to India and say this is the place to invest? And if you do so, why do you remain quiet? Even when someone calls the country of your origin, where you are from, and where you studied, and you went to the IIT, why do you allow your American president to call Bharat a hellhole? My question also is to Satya Nadella. Satya Nadella, if you're quiet on Trump calling India a hellhole, then why did Microsoft in February promise to double skilling commitment to 20 million? You think you're doing India a favor? No, you're not. You're doing business in India. But you want to remain quiet and you want to duck, Satya Nadella. You want to duck right now. You think you'll duck the Trump phenomenon. Well, let me tell you, America has swerved to that direction, unfortunately. It's not going to end with Trump. But we in India are going to ask you every time you come here, Satya Nadella, why did you remain quiet? Arvind Krishna, ladies and gentlemen, if you are quiet on Trump calling India a hellhole, then why did IBM commit in December 25 to skill 5 million Indians in AI, cyberspace, and quantum by 2030? Shantanu Narayan, if you are quiet on Trump calling India a hellhole, then why did Adobe announce a major AI talent investment for millions of Indian students at the India Impact AI Summit 2026? All these names, Sanjay Mehrotra of Micron, if you think that India is a hellhole, even if you don't think so and you think it's okay if you remain finger on your lips right now because you don't want to take on Trump, then why did Micron just open India's first semiconductor assembly and test facility in February 2026? Why did you do that? You see, investments must follow conviction. And you don't have conviction, if for you India is a convenient investment, ladies and gentlemen, then we must question all of these great talent from India who have gone and done well in America, that when it is time for them to stand up and be counted, they are no Sridhar Vembus. If they believe that they still want to cozy up and be a tech bro to Trump, who calls India a hellhole, then Indians will question them next time they come here, and we will question why they did not take a stand on this level of personal abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, more than anything else, this is India's moment. America is in chaos. Its cities are in decay. It's a country in atrophy. And this necrotic social situation of America demands a response from proud Indians. Even if they've taken American citizenship, even if they have homes in America, even they're vested, even if they can mortgages in America, remember, this is the moment. This is the moment, Indians in America. And India is where it's all happening. And America is where it's all going to go wrong. It's going wrong, and it's not going to change after the midterms, let me tell you. America is going down. Come back home. If you're from Bharat, let's build Bharat together. Let's debate.
Bharat Mata needs your talent. Those are the words of Sridhar Vembu. 1.5% population paying over 6% taxes. Up to 40% of all tech CEOs in the United States are Indians.
Models, infrastructure, talents, capital, and adoption. This is where the Indian model is truly revolutionary, providing solutions for everyone in the country. From 200 million of Indian farmers in their own dialect, or AI diagnostics for rural clinics, all running on India's digital public infrastructure. Open rails, near zero costs. Adoption is key, and being inclusive is key.
And yet, framed as job snatchers and deadweights. The Zoho founder and CEO gave a sharp homecoming rebuttal, urging Indians in the United States to return. He rigged up India's talent. Vembu himself returned to India after working in the United States to build Zoho into a global powerhouse.
Sridhar Vembu, the co-founder and CEO of Zoho, has penned down an open letter for Indians residing and working in the United States. In fact, he's made a clarion call for Indians to come back home, saying Bharat Mata needs their talent. Not just that, he also goes on to say that India has enough and more brain power, but unfortunately, India has exported it, and especially to the United States. Now, this is his scathing rebuttal to Donald Trump, in fact, calling India a hell hole. In fact, Vembu also goes on to say that the respect that Indians have been able to garner over the years across the globe is completely pegged on the technological and economic strides that India has been making for yesteryears, and for that to continue, Indians must return back home. Now remember, it's also very pertinent to talk about what happens to the US economy in case the Indian workforce decides to exit it. The Silicon Valley crippling down onto its knees. Not just that, major American firms will also eye at operational paralysis amongst many other things that will go down in the United States. Remember, just 1.5% of population of Indians, but over 6% when it comes to tax-paying contributors in the United States.
If Indians decide to exit the United States, the impact will be catastrophic. It's time for India to take back control of its human capital flight, to use its intelligence in nation building.
Sridhar Vembu has said. I mean, Vembu is going viral. Opening up to calls tonight on whether you back Sridhar Vembu's call, and all the call on the show this evening is Ajay Bagga and Sohail Seth. Need absolutely no introduction. One, a great macroeconomic voice, and Sohail Seth, I think, speaks for all of India, not just corporate India. There was a time when Sohail was seen to be a voice of corporate India, no longer. I think he speaks for India now. Thank you, Sohail. Vibhuti Jha is in America. He runs his own company, but he's president of the Federation of Indian Industry in the US, but his heart is in India, I think. Sanjeev Yadav, Indian-American entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Banyan Tree Global. That's an innovation growth platform. He's joining us from Boston. Anant Sahasrabuddhe, biomedical scientist, wrote a letter to Prime Minister Modi in 2016 and highlighted the same point. Everyone, including scientists, don't leave India by choice, but because the system does not support them. Let's see what his view is now. Okay, Ajay, we're opening up to calls tonight. You see, I think Vembu is a very smart guy. Very smart guy, right? He is saying that this is the moment. We are grateful to America, but if you're accused of job theft, he's predicting the situation will get worse. So he's saying, come back home. Do you think he's done this in an unplanned way or a thought-out way?
I think it's thought out, Arnab. I think we just got a consolation prize for all the brain drain that we went through for the last 50 years. We are getting about 38 billion of remittances from the US. 55 lakh Indian origin people in the US. Out of that, 35 lakh are citizens. 20 lakhs are going to be permanent temporaries, because it's going to take 80 years now to get a naturalized US citizenship at the rate which it's going. 550,000 H-1B visa earners, as your segment was saying, 1.6% of population, but contribute 6% of taxes. Correct. So it is a high earner population. 10% of doctors are Indian origin. 30% of your software programmers are Indian origin. 29 out of the 500 Fortune 500 CEOs are Indian origin. So we pack a punch. We get a consolation prize. I think Vembu is spot on, and also we will be squeezed out. So it's not that things are going to be easy. It is the 1980s of Japan. It is the 2000 and 2010s for China. That is what India, as you rise in the world, people are not happy. There will be enough trying to pull you
The problem
down.
is, Ajay, that there are lots of Indians there who've got their lives, homes. They maybe went 20, 30, 40 years back, who now settled. They've got their, suburban homes. They've got used to the American way. And they find excuses to justify being in America. Now, maybe Vembu is not looking at that group. Maybe Vembu is looking at a younger group, people who can still make the shift, right?
It's the 20 lakhs.
So
the 20 lakhs you will never get.
Yeah, he's saying that if you're in your 30s, even early 40s, mid 40s, 30s and 40s and 20s come back, I don't think people in their 50s, he wouldn't want them to come back, but he's looking at a slightly younger group. Now, I think it's a very appealing call. Vibhuti, Sanjeev, I think it's going to work. I think this is going to work. I'm already getting calls from the US now on this program, with people saying, we think it's good, it makes sense.
We don't need to wait for sobs.
No, because the whole thing was that you can make money in the US. I think you can make more money in India now and have a better quality of life in India than in the US. Okay, what's the counter? Is there one? Sanjeev Yadav.
I think it's a wonderful notion, and I think the challenge is what the challenge has been remaining for the last few decades. Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs going to be for these young graduates or even young folks with 3 to 5 years experience in the United States coming back to India? You have an influx of skilled workers coming in from the Gulf, returning back to India. And at the same time, you have, graduates of the IITs, triple IITs, trying to find jobs. Where are you going to find the jobs for them? Not everyone can be a startup founder or an entrepreneur. That challenge systematically still remains structurally in the economy in India, to create enough jobs that can actually attract these skilled workers coming back from the US.
Okay, that's one counter argument, but to that I would say that, the cost of capital, the cost of setting up an industry in India is much less. You have a cost advantage. We must factor that in. Let's look at Zoho. You see, Zoho has started in a small apartment in Chennai. Today it has like a 10 or 12 or $13 billion valuation. It's bootstrapped. So, it's not like this is coming from a man who's lecturing alone. He's done it. He's employing 19,000 people as of today, and he's competing well globally. Sohail, what do you think? Is Vembu being smart about this? Sohail, can you hear me?
Okay. I was.
That was to you. Is Vembu being smart?
There are three things that have happened here.
Yeah.
Sridhar Vembu is not being jingoistic when he's asking or appealing to Indians to come back to India. Because today, if you compare India to America, it's a faster growing economy. The GDP is fantastic. The levels of inflation that America will experience thanks to Trump's idiocy, we will not. Plus, the ease of business and the cost of business, Arnab, as you rightly mentioned, is significantly lower. Why would Indians not want to come back to India is my question, when they have everything. The NRC, the non-resident Chinese, always find a way to come back to China and build businesses. Why should Indians be any different? So my point is, this is not about jingoism. This is not about, oh, come back to India. This is not even about dunking the United States. People have a choice. But wouldn't you want to come back home and build what you have been given? Look at the tragedy of India. We subsidize education for all the IITs. What do? There's a flight of brain. There's a flight of talent to countries other than ourselves. This is an opportunity to build in India for Indians, for the same country that subsidized your education, where your parents still live, where your families reside. I mean, this is the perfect situation to my mind. Donald Trump will heap more damage on America than you and I can imagine. He's an absolute idiot. And I say this with gravity and concern. He is not the kind of man any Indian should live under as his or her president. He is shameless. He is a racist. He has heaped abuse on India. And the tragedy, as Arnab, you rightly said, is you have a Sundar Pichai, you have a Satya Nadella, you have all these people. Not one guy has had the courage to take Trump on. No. Not one guy has said, I'm sorry, Mr. Trump.
That is the point.
India is a country of origin. We detest your vitriol and we hate your racism.
I think
not one Indian. Not one.
They should have spoken up now. I think this hedging the bets by Sundar Pichai, Arvind Krishna, Satya Nadella, Shantanu Narayan, they all want to be a Nikesh Arora, Vimal Kapoor, Honeywell, Raj Subramaniam, FedEx. We take great pride that there are Indians who have done well there, but look at the way they are ducking. It's like they're so damn scared of Trump. I'm not asking them to, join some protest on the streets of America, but get a voice. Don't be so selfish. Don't be so selfish and self-centered at this point of time that you're going to just duck. If you're going to be spineless about it, tell the world I'm spineless. But don't forget that it was in India, in the schools of India and the colleges of India that you owe what you are today. Anyway, that's their personal choice. We're getting a lot of calls tonight. We have Bhumi Dave from New Jersey in the US watching this. Yes, Bhumi, what do you think?
This is a great initiative. लेकिन अर्नब मैं 2020 से ट्राई कर रही हूँ वापस आने का. बट अगर आपके पास इंडिया में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं है जॉब के लिए और ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज आपकी रेज्यूमे अगर आपको कॉल पे लेते भी तो ये बोलते कि आपको वापस आने की जरूरत क्या है. सो पिछले 6 साल में मैंने एटलीस्ट 1000 से तो ज्यादा ही एप्लीकेशन करी है और आई एम
आप आना चाहती हैं भूमि जी, आप आना चाहती हैं, आप किस सेक्टर में काम करते हैं if you don't mind my asking?
I am working in I'm working in a pharmaceutical sector. मैं portfolio program manager हूँ. I'm an associate director in project management.
Okay, Bhumi ji, I hope that your thing is successful. I'll only say one thing, that India has such a booming pharma sector. The companies like Bharat Biotech, we are so proud of what Krishna Ella, Suchitra Ella have done from Hyderabad. I'm sure people like you will be a great asset, but it's good that you're listening to this conversation. Vibhuti, what do you think? Indians are called invaders, job thieves.
No, we are none of those. We are none of those. We are net contributors to America, and I'm very proud of that. You earlier said that not one Indian, took on Trump on his hellhole comment, and I wanted to say this to your huge audience today. I have just started a new TV channel of mine I call Sanatan World, and I took Trump to task on that. I said the program is titled Trump and His Hellholes. I came to this country in 1991.
Well done, Vibhuti.
Thank you. Thank you. And I said to him that you do not know that, you know well that 1991 when I came here, 42nd Street in New York City was a hellhole. Worse than that. I was warned by my director HR International, carry $20 in your pocket and a cheap watch. If you are so followed, give it to somebody. But I also mentioned to people in that show actually that every country has its own element of hellhole. Today, California is a shithole, actually. People are shitting all over California.
Terrible situation.
People are leaving
I've seen
from
some
California.
really bad pictures.
Chicago is a death hole where people are killing each other left, right, and center.
San Francisco.
I took that part as a task.
Yes.
I also say India is not a hellhole. It has, its own beautiful places people love, and not every place in the United States is Beverly Hills and
no, I'm not exaggerating here, but there is a different angle to this. And that angle is, and Anag has been talking about it. Anag, you've been also talking about the lack of opportunities for those who want to come back. Firstly, where are you?
Yes, it is true.
Where are you these days? And what's your position? Have things changed in the last 10 years?
Yeah, things have changed. I was an Indian when I came back. So a lot of talks are happening about people should come back. I am the person who came back and returned with lack of opportunity. Currently, I am in Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center as an assistant faculty, and I perform cancer research. So I don't know about the politics and entrepreneurship. I will talk about my field of work. Government, I just got a call like 2 hours back to join this debate, so I had no time to prepare, but I'll just give the lump sum amount of governmental expenditure in India. It gives like a 10,000 crore per year to CSIR JRS and 500 crore per year to DBT fellowships. But when you bring them back as a Ramlinga Swami or Ramanujan fellowship, you have 80 crore per year for Ramlinga Swami and 75 crore per year for Ramanujan fellowships. So this disparity of when you bring back what you are offering them, first thing. Second is that when you bring back for like a certain amount of time, 5 years, and then say, do this 5 years and then do what? I have asked this to many forums when I came back. There was no answer. They shut me down. You uproot all the establishment and good life here to go back just to professionally die over there.
But
That's
I'll
my
tell you, it's not.
situation
I think Anag, whatever your personal experience may be, I think that if you expect to live an American life in India, it's not going to happen.
No.
One minute. So what happens is, what happens is, you have what Sridhar Vembu is saying, Anag, is build India. I'll read out from what he says. Sridhar Vembu's life here, I'm sure, is not the same in Tenkasi as it was when he was in the United States of America. He's looking up for a certain amount of idealistic zeal. He is saying that as we develop our prowess in India, our civilizational strength will assert itself. He is actually appealing to your nationalism, Anag. And listening to you, I can tell you want to come back.
Let me answer to your nationalism. This nationalism with this fact, not a requirement. I came in 2015 with Ramanujan and Ramlinga Swami, both fellowships selected. Okay? I came on this call not by the current caller, but by Prime Minister himself that let's build India. I gave up everything. It's a lot of personal loss as well. But I came and I did not find any opportunity in any situation because of reservation, because of age limit. And in India, the policies make it that you don't require certain norms.
No, I think I would say one thing out here, to which I agree. If we are going to make this a constructive debate, I have always said here, Ajay, that if you give an opportunity, I know of many people living in America, in Singapore, in so-called developed countries, Indians. You give them an opportunity, say, I'll give you 1/3 the salary, but I'll give you respect. I'll let you work for the government of India. Many people will come back and serve the government of India, but we don't allow lateral entries. Trump says, I want people from MIT and Harvard and Oxford and all to come to America. But we don't have lateral entry. We don't bring back the talent. So I think I think Vembu is saying the right thing. But what I'm hearing here, Ajay, is that our government needs to do that little bit more, one little bit more push, one sense of assurance.
Private industry.
Participation in nation building, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Ajay. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah,
Ajay.
Arnab, I'll give you one example. 1990, when I joined Citibank, 54 of us joined. Within about 4 years, 50 had gone abroad. Now when kids are joining, they're all staying back here because you're getting so much more to do. That is the change. When Dr. Trehan came back, Rajiv Gandhi gave him a tax-free treatment. Today, you don't need that tax-free because all the PE guys are getting into hospitals. You want to set up a hospital, I can get you as much funding as you want, and doctors are willing to come back and start that. That is what Trump is not understanding. 10% of US physicians are Indian origin. Yes, the old ones will not come back. The second gen, which is 17 lakhs out of that 50 lakhs, 55 lakhs, 17 lakhs are second gen. You can't expect them to come back. They are Americans. They're not, they're Indian origin, but not Americans. But the 20 lakh who are working, they're going to be permanent temporaries. It is going to take 80 years to get citizenship.
What I find interesting here is...
You start now. Yeah. You start now.
No, what
you
I find...
Come in and start.
What I find interesting here, I think Sohail's trying to come in as well as Sanjeev Yadav from Boston. I'll come to you, Sanjeev, because what Vembu's done right here, and we need business leaders who can speak up. Business leaders, Sohail, my problem is, are so diplomatic. Even Jaishankar is not diplomatic now, but business leaders have become diplomatic. We've become so diplomatic. It's good. He's thrown a challenge as well as shown a searchlight. He's saying, stand up to me, count it. He's also predicting that things aren't going to be that good in America 5 to 10 years from now. Right? So that's what he's saying there. Sanjeev and Sohail on the debate. Sanjeev, what do you think?
I think at the end of the day, the core challenge here is where's the sacrifice from corporate India, from the private sector in concert with the government to create programming, to create, whether it's through CSR or skill programs or job programs, to actually create and invest in opportunities for these young folks to come back. At the end of the day, and if there's opportunities, they will come back. But there are no opportunities. There are no
opportunities. Who's saying there are? No. I'm sorry. I'll tell you one thing, Sanjeev. Yeah, I think you guys have a warped sense. One minute, Vibhuti. To say, but there are no opportunities. You want to hear that yourself. You're justifying to yourself. You're telling yourself. You're consoling yourself. Let me tell you, I was at an expo. I was at an event, which was a defense space event over the last few days. Yeah. You should come and see Digantara. You should see our space tech startups. You should see the drone manufacturers. You should see all the people making semiconductors. Where we operate from here in Noida,
Arnab,
100 meters from my office is a fantastic robotics company. So, we to say there are no opportunities is, I think, being a little insular. I object to that, Sanjeev, as loudly as I can.
The question is, how are you going to employ 357,000 students in America who return of Indian descent? Where are the jobs for them?
Well, Sohail, I think listen, we'll see this come. America is a hostile environment right now. If not hostile enough, you think it'll change after the midterms? Safely predict it will get worse. Safely predict things will only get worse. They are not going to get better. It will be more polarized. It's not going to. The nightmare will not end with Trump. It's beginning with Trump.
Yes.
It's going to get more divided. There's going to be a super Trump coming up next. That's the way things are going. That's the way American society is going. Sohail's dying to come in. Sohail, we take more callers now. Yeah. Sohail, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. What happened to that? Yeah, go on, Sohail. Yeah.
My view very clearly is as follows. In America, and I say this with grave respect, 80% of the Indians there are working as employees, not as entrepreneurs. If you come to India, that will reverse. Number one. Number two, Indians will always be, no matter how successful they are. I know of a very, very prominent Indian, Kamal Dandona, who has stayed all his life in New York, done amazing summits, doing a global, Asian award thing in September. But he craves to come back to India. Earlier, India was not the land of opportunity. It was the land of shopkeepers. Today, that land has changed. It is a land of entrepreneurship. It respects merit. It is not about legacy. It's not about who you know. It's about what you know. That change has happened in the last 15 years. Today, the Prime Minister has talked about Startup India, talked about ease of business. It's happening. A Sridhar Vembu is only one example of how things are working in India. Whether it's a reliance in Jio, whether it is, Tata's with their defense systems, whether it is Apollo hospitals, people are coming back.
Yeah.
Today, the head of Apollo Hospital, the CEO, Madhukar, is a person who's returned from America.
Yeah.
One of our most successful doctors in India, Naresh Trehan, came back from America. So India today is the land of opportunity, not America.
Okay.
America is the land of shame.
Vibhuti is going to jump on that one. Yeah, Vibhuti. He calls America a land of shame.
Forget about the political element of land of shame or whatever. I'm not into that. I'm into the business part of it. And I came to this country to promote Indian business.
Naresh Trehan came back to India's business.
The important part is the fact that if you are looking at finding a job, that would remain a challenge. It would remain a challenge. The era belongs to the entrepreneurs and innovators. So the NRIs or Indians in America who are wanting to go back to India, India is really a lot of opportunities. And people like me have been responsible for that because we have created joint ventures and collaborations, which is what we are good at doing. The issue is very clear, the condition of satisfaction. The two gentlemen from America are talking about the unsatisfactory conditions. We have to create conditions of satisfaction.
We got Dr. Mani from Chennai calling in tonight. Let's hear on that. Dr. Mani from Chennai. Yes, Dr. Mani.
Arnab, I first want to congratulate you on taking this particular topic.
Thank you.
But it is not enough we discuss this only once. Okay, this should frequently come up. And I back Sridhar Vembu's call. I lived in the UK for 10, 12 years. I've come back here and I've settled for 10, 12 years. I'm doing well. Okay, but let me also tell you something. The ones who go to America these days are just the average ones. They go and sustain there just because on pay parity they are cheaper. Okay, we should bring in universities. I think the government should create a system wherein we get at least 100, 200 universities. 5 universities to every state. Let the best come out. They should have no reservations. And then see how the job market...
You see what's happening here, Dr. Mani, is... It is not only under Trump. In the future in America, there will be regulatory uncertainty. Tariffs can swing from month to month, impacting guidance, impacting profits. American governments will limit citizenship benefits, right? Relatives of family members, you should ask today. There are so many Indians in America who cannot bring their elderly parents to America because they are not welcome. You're stranded. It's terrible. 1.2 million Indians are in the wait list in green card. You know, it's getting worse.
The average Indian student who's in the U.S., they might rack up between $100,000 to $300,000 in debt, potentially to pay for those studies, correct?
It's becoming difficult, and I think great if you come back. Dr. Vivekanand from Mumbai, 2 more callers. Is Mrinalini Deshmukh also there? Yes, Dr. Vivekanand.
Hello, Arnab, how are you?
Very well, very well.
Arnab, at the age of 42, in 2002, went to University of Florida to do my specialization in oral cancers because since my age of 6 years, I have been an anti-tobacco activist, and my first guinea pig was my respected father, whom I was successful in stopping his smoking. So I came back. Actually, I was working for a Parsi doctor in South Mumbai, Kolaba, and had a fantastic practice with 3 chief ministers, 3 chief
You're happy you came back? You're happy you came back?